me a second. I'm gonna try to read as much of the introductions as possible. Okay, we have someone, Chris from UAE, Abhinash from Kolkata, Ankit, not mentioned where you are from, but that's okay. Aman Kumar, Clinton from South Africa, Ravi Tripathi. Okay, there's Nalini from Bangalore. Okay, Anamika from Pune, Rakesh from Chennai, Sidra from Pakistan, Satya from Chennai again. Okay. Hey, someone saying that my voice is echoing. I will try to fix that as soon as possible. And we are also live on LinkedIn and YouTube, and I'm sure that there will be more people from all over the world joining us. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to everyone. Um, oh my God, in just a few seconds, we have more than, I think, 200 messages that have come, which is just amazing. I hope that the same excitement and the energy stays throughout the session. And we're very eager to get started and looking forward to take this ahead. So before we begin, I just want to say one thing. Whatever made you click on register for this workshop, register for this webinar, I think it was a very, very good instinct. This isn't a webinar where you just watch the slides and take notes. There is no script running in the background. There's nothing pre-recorded, nothing staged. So over the next few hours, you're going to watch a real AI agent get built and deployed live using nothing but plain English prompts. There's no coding, as we have assured you in the workshop title itself, that we are going to build a no-code AI agent. And if you're following along with tonight's amazing experts on your laptop or desktop, then you're walking out with an AI agent you've built yourself. And I'm sure that's very exciting. So we will get started. Okay, there's someone saying that you didn't receive a recording from the previous session. We're very sorry that that got missed out. We usually take a poll at the end of the webinar to, understand who all required the recording. Maybe something got missed in the poll. I have your email ID, and I will ensure that you receive the recording of the webinar. Okay. All right. A few ground rules before we begin. If you have any questions related to, your career in AI or any AI tool or concept, please do put them in the Q&A box and not in the chat box. The chat is for engagement and quick responses in the activities that we will run tonight. Q&A is where we will pull questions from during the dedicated Q&A segment in the end. And please keep the chat relevant to what's happening on the screen. We have a huge room tonight, and it helps everyone when the conversation stays very focused. And please note that if there are a lot of pings coming in, we will keep the chat only visible to the host and the expert, so it does not keep popping up and affect everyone's workshop experience. So in a few seconds, I will be enabling this option where only the expert and I can see your chat. Okay. All right. So regarding audio and video, I think I am audible to everyone here. Please do drop a yes in the chat, please. We tested everything thoroughly before going live. So if something looks or sounds off on your on your end, it's most probably an issue with your system. So please do check your connection, please check your device, or just try rejoining. And finally, we know that a lot of you would be interested to receive a workshop certificate at the end of the session. So please do note that we will be launching a poll specifically to take your entries for the certificate. So please ensure to participate in that poll. And if you miss that, then it will be difficult for us to take any manual submissions or entries for the certificate. So please do ensure to enter your full name in the poll, and you will be receiving the recording of the session as well as the workshop certificate by tomorrow. And if you don't participate in the poll, then there are chances that it might get missed out. So please do stay tuned and yes, participate in the poll. Okay. All right, so quick show of hands. Who's been to a Simplilearn webinar or workshop before? We heard from someone already that they were part of the last session. So Drop first time in the chat box if you have not attended any of our sessions before. Let me repeat, you can type and send first time in the chat box if you have not attended any session before. Or you can drop the number of webinars you've attended before, like 2, 3, 4, 5, um, as well. If there are any repeat attendees here, you can type, okay, there's someone saying 3. Wow. Okay. Someone with 2, someone again with 3. Okay, great. Okay. All right, all right. A lot of you are here for the first time, and we're very glad to have you here. Either way, whether you're here for the first time or for multiple times, it's just amazing to have such a lively bunch of audience. So, since this build-a-thon, as we call it, is brought to you by Simplilearn, let me just take a minute to tell you, about us and what we do. We have been doing this for over a decade now, training more than 15 million professionals across 150 plus countries, all built around learning that's meant to change what you can actually do at work and not just what you know. Learners consistently rate us 4.8 out of 5. And here is a very impressive fact: the average reported salary hike after completing a program sits above 50%. And while today's workshop is specific to agentic AI, we also run learning pathways and certificate programs across generative AI, data science, project management, cybersecurity, business and leadership, and quite a lot more. And yes, one more thing before we get into the workshop content, which is our partnerships. We work with some very big names in the industry, as you can see on this slide. We have IITM institutions, globally ranked universities, and on the corporate side, companies like Microsoft, Google, IBM, AWS, and a lot more. So these partnerships shape what actually gets taught to you in every single program and every single course, and you will see that the credibility flows into today's workshop as well. Okay, all right. So with that, we will get started with the workshop content, and I can see, let me just address a couple of questions that have come our way. Okay, a few of you are confused about the poll, I guess. I did mention the poll, but please note that it will be launched at the end of the webinar. There is no poll live right now. We will let you know when the poll is live. You would actually be able to see it on the screen yourself, whether you've joined on your phone or your laptop or your system. You will be able to see the poll pop up on your screen, and at that time, you will have to fill your full name and submit it in order to get the workshop recording and certificate. Okay, great. All right. So we will move on to the uh, core of the workshop. Let me just take 2-3 minutes to set context about agentic AI and what we are here to talk about. I want to start with this question here, and I would really encourage everyone to answer in the chat and not just think about it. Let us make this session a lot more interactive. So let us know what you think was one thing you did in this week, if you're honest, didn't really need you. So you could type out like some work task that you felt could have been handled without you. Maybe it was drafting some cold email, or sorting through like a bunch of requests to figure out which one was urgent, or approving something that you had already probably discussed in meetings 5 times before. If there are any such incidents like that, let me know. Okay, Carolyn saying type out notes from an online tutorial. Okay, right. Yeah, that could be very, manual time consuming task. And there's someone saying researching. Okay, right. Preparing audit documents. Okay. All right. Okay, yes. Responding to emails, MCP data structures, quality audit. Okay. Great. All right. So a lot of different responses that have come in, and what is interesting, what is a pattern in this is that what you're actually it's almost never the task itself that needed a human. It's usually like decision making behind it that needs a human. Which decisions like which email mattered, whether to follow up or not, what to say next. So that's the part actually needs you, right? And that's the difference which is very key here, because automation, the kind we've had for years, could do any task. It could send the email, it could move the file, it could fill the form. What it cannot do is make that small part probably know which one mattered. And that's the shift we're talking about tonight. It's not just about doing the steps anymore. It's about deciding what to do next. And that one line is basically the whole difference between the tools you've been using, that all of us are using, and what we will be building tonight, which is the agent. Of course, our expert is going to come in very soon and explain more about agentic AI in a lot more detail. But let me just share this stat with you. $9.89 billion. The agentic AI market is on track to hit $10 billion, almost $10 billion this year alone, and it's growing at 42% year over year through 2031. The growth of agentic AI is happening right now, and it's happening at an extremely rapid pace. So, naturally, the question from your end becomes, okay, so how do I learn agentic AI and how to get on top of what the job market demands right now? Or how do I actually build an AI agent and agentic systems and a lot more, right? This is what that is what this workshop and all that we offer after this workshop is all about. So without any further ado, let's look at the agenda of the session. We'll start with about half an hour on the core concepts, some theoretical basics that will help you, make sense of what we're going to build today better. And this is nothing heavy. We have a lot of examples, we have a lot of use cases, and just enough information so that the practical build part makes more sense to you as we go. Then our expert is going to open with a quick walkthrough of the tools that we're going to use in this workshop, which is Architect and Studio. And then we will start the build together live right from there. We encourage each and every one of you to not just watch us build and then try to recreate it from memory later on. Build alongside with us in real time, so that any issues that you have, any concerns, any queries, like we would be able to help you address it right then and there. And yes, so we'll build the first half of the agent, pause for a proper 10-minute break, and then come right back and pick up the same build, this time connecting a knowledge base and refining it further. So, it's not just working, but it's actually working very efficiently. And after the build parts are done and you have a live AI agent in your system, we will give you an exclusive preview of one of our most popular in-demand programs, the Professional Certificate in Agentic AI and Multi-Agent Systems. So, and based on the time that we have left, we will also do a showcase from maybe a handful of you, and have our experts answer your question live, and then we will wrap it up. Okay, right. Okay, so quick, intro on what we are going to build tonight. I think this is very, very exciting, and it's going to be a very useful agent as well. We are going to build an, 1 second. Okay, right there. Sorry about that glitch. We're going to build an SDR outreach assistant. So picture this: you give it, you're going to give this AI agent a prospect's company, and it goes and researches that company on its own. Then it pulls from your own knowledge base whatever you upload about your product or company to actually personalize the outreach instead of sounding very generic. And at the end, it hands you a cold email plus 2 or 3 alternate opening lines as well to test. So if you ever started, stare at a blank cold email, not knowing how to open it, this agent is basically going to solve that and a lot more. So we are very excited to get this started. Right. So I don't think I want to hold you from the workshop any longer. So let's meet the two people who are going to bring the session together. First up, we have Anirudh Narayan. He is the co-founder and chief growth officer at Lyzr. And if this is the first time you're hearing this name, keep it in mind for the next few hours, because everything you touch tonight runs on their platform, and it's amazing. He's also the founder of Everything AI, an open directory built to help people cut through the noise and actually find the right AI tool for what they're trying to do. I think it's a genuinely, it's extremely useful if you've ever felt lost in how many tools exist out there right now. And before AI became his full-time thing, Anirudh built and ran two companies, Growth Spartan, a performance marketing agency, and Master Life, a life skills platform. He also wrote a book, Scale Smart, back in 2019, which has sold thousands of copies. And I think these days he spends part of his time advising early age startups, AI startups, particularly on exactly that, growing and scaling. He is also a Columbia University graduate, and I think honestly, outside of work, his life reads almost like a wish list. He has lived and worked across South America, Southeast Asia, Africa, the US, and Europe. He's completed a full Olympic triathlon. He has summited Stoke Kangri, which sits at around 20,000 feet. And he played basketball in college, university, and at state level as well. So I think when he talks about pushing through, learning and growing and building something the hard way, he is definitely not exaggerating because he is living it. And alongside him, we have Suyash Mankar, product manager at Lyzr. Suyash comes from a technical background and has spent his career building AI products. And before Lyzr, he helped grow Whoosh, a YC-backed company from zero to multi-million dollar revenue and over 200 enterprise customers. And if you've ever tried getting enterprise customer to sign off on something, you know how big of a deal that is. He is also a former co-founder of Yum Basket, and he was in the top 5% of Next Leap's product management fellowship. And right now at Lyzr, he is building Architect, the exact tool we're going to use tonight, which lets you generate a full working agentic application from prompts. So the person walking you through your build is quite literally the person building the tool you're going to build with. And a quick word on Lyzr itself. I'm sure our experts will share more. But before I hand it over to Tim, let me introduce Lyzr. It was founded in 2023 and in a fairly short time has become one of the most serious names in enterprise AI agent infrastructure, with over a million agents live in production and 30,000 plus developers building on it. Firms like Deloitte and KPMG use Lyzr to build AI systems for their own clients. So tonight you're learning on the same platform running in production at some really huge companies. Anirudh, Suyash, welcome. It's amazing to have you and host you in this session. Over to you now. Anything you'd like to add to get us started? Please do.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for having us, Ananya. That was a fantastic introduction. I promise everyone we didn't ask Ananya to give us that intro. She's picked that straight from LinkedIn, and good to hear. Also, I learned a lot about Suyash through this intro outside of this. So thank you for that. If you want, I can start sharing my screen, and then should we do that? Okay,
We can get that started. Yes.
cool. I'll share my screen. There you go. Cool. So I was going to say, first of all, the fact that all of you are here on a Thursday, you're winning in life. I would have not attended a webinar on a Thursday, so kudos to you. And I think the way we want to do this is it'll seem theoretical, it'll seem technical the first 30, 40 minutes. It might feel like, man, why are you overwhelming me with these concepts? But I guarantee you it gets easier as we move in this webinar. So I'll cover the harder technical stuff or the semi-technical stuff. And I feel like most of you would know a lot of these concepts. But the way we're going to try to do this is I will show you what is an agent. I will show you parts of Studio. I will also cover maybe some of the use cases that we've actually shown as prototypes, so we've actually taken them into production. And then Suyash will kind of say, okay, if all this complexity could be abstracted and made easier for you so that you can actually build an agent by speaking, and a win would be if you're able to take it live today, that would be huge, right? And we're hoping like we could kind of announce a top three at the end of the day in terms of here are your top three folks who have built out agents. We could give them maybe some gift cards and stuff. So that's what we're going to do today. So before we get into like what is an agent, what do all of you think is an agent? Let's see what's in the chat. Feel free, Prashant, Joy. What is an agent according to you? I think this is Shreyas, which does work on its own without intervention. Okay, great. The one who does the instruction given by us. That's pretty good. A non-human system that achieves a task. Um, Someone said no idea. Great. We will cover some of that. So the way I think before we get into what is an agent, I want to give you a larger perspective of what's happening in the AI world, right? So today, obviously, there's a big need for energy. All the energy is mostly coming from uh, coal, petroleum, some of it's obviously renewable sources. There's a big fight for getting energy, right? So that's actually maybe at the bottom layer here. Now, that energy and those minerals essentially are being converted into chips, which NVIDIA has thrived in making designs for these chips. And TSMC, I would say, obviously in Taiwan, is manufacturing 90% of those chips. But those chips have become an integral part of training a lot of these models. Okay. And so you have NVIDIA at the most bottom layer. Then you have these GPU providers. So what are the GPU providers? So AWS, Azure, Google, obviously you have Meta. What they have done is they have actually bought these chips from NVIDIA for billions of dollars. Why? Because they want to rent out these chips for compute. So people want to use, especially LLM or like AI companies that want to train these models or run these models will run them on these GPUs. And the cool thing about GPUs is you can do a lot of parallel tasks at scale. So that's why you've been able to do, you need GPUs for a lot of this training. So they provide these GPUs, and then you have these AI companies, OpenAI, Anthropic. Obviously, all of you, most of you, I'm sure, are using Claude. There's ChatGPT, Mistral's based out of France. A lot of them have decided to take different directions in which they build foundational models. OpenAI, obviously, like if you think today, I feel like it's become more of a B2C product. Anthropic is becoming great for businesses. Mistral's really hitting the sovereign AI story. Just to give you context, Mistral's doing 400 million ARR, the based out of France. They're also moving into a physical hardware like product. Hugging Face is like, hey, you know what? We'll create open source models and we'll show you a lot of these open source models that you can use. So just to give you context, OpenAI, Anthropic are closed source, so you don't get to see what's happening under the hood. Open source, obviously, Hugging Face, you get to see how these models have been built. Okay, so this first layer is where companies have come in and says, I want to either build these models, I want to help fine tune these models. So you do fine tuning because maybe you want these models to be specific for a certain industry. You don't need, let's say, a trillion parameter, trillion token, or trillion parameter model. What if I need a 7 billion parameter model, which is just focused for finance? So you have a lot of these companies that help on the fine tuning, they help on the training. That's essentially layer one. Layer two is data. So companies that are thriving today are the ones that own the data. Take someone like a Salesforce, take someone like HubSpot, they own the system of record. So everyone's kind of building AI on top of that application. Okay. So when you look at data, what do you have data? You have something called a structured format and you have an unstructured format. Structured format is it's in a form of a database, let's say. So you have MySQL, you have, let's say, Postgres, you have a lot of these databases. And there are companies like Databricks, Upstash, Pinecone. They have built companies on making sure all of this data can be easily accessed within a company. Then you have data pre-processing, where a lot of the data for LLMs have to be converted, let's say, into a vector format. So the companies thrive in that. And then there's unstructured data, which is, let's say, a PDF is an unstructured data. Image is also an unstructured data. All of those companies are helping convert some of that unstructured data into structured data using LLMs. So that's layer two. Layer three is deployment. Deployment is where we are essentially building agents. So I'll tell you what an agent is, but Lyzr is where comes in the agent tool framework space. What is a framework at the end of the day? I don't know if you've heard of, let's say, this Django framework, which is used for build applications. You have Unreal Engine and gaming, which is a gaming framework. You have Ruby on Rails, which is a coding framework. So you framework, the way to think about it is it's like a kitchen. It provides all the tools, it provides the stuff, it provides all the ingredients for you to build something. So agent tool framework is where Lyzr is, and we sit in this category along with LangChain, AutoGPT, Fixie. Now there are like 200 different builders or agent framework players that are coming to the market. What makes Lyzr different is we are low code, we are great for enterprises because we own the entire stack, which I'll tell you what we mean by that. And each of them start specializing in specific things. So deployment means you're taking it live, and Lyzr in some sense makes sure all of this is available within our platform. Deployment is you're taking it into production, which is actually into an environment where customers can interact with it. Orchestration means I might have different models, or I might have multiple agents. Martian maybe acts like a router, which is, oh, now if there's a frontier model coming in, or if there's an input that's coming in, how do I route that task into specific models? Prompt management, that's what Vellum started with, and Langston, but they're specific products, but they're all vertically integrated. And then finally, observability, which is you want to know what's happening with these agents when they go live. Okay. So a lot of you said agents are something that does autonomously, they can do a specific task. I'll get to that. But at the end of the day, the way to think about LLMs is it's been trained on almost all the world's data. You give it a prompt, it converts it into a vector format, which is basically, I don't know if you remember back in school, it was like that matrix which had like these 3 points. They all have weights, they all have probabilities, and it tells you what the probability. So, for example, if I say my cat is dash, the next word is all probabilities of what it's a predictor in some sense. So what it helps you do is LLMs basically help you decide what the predictive text could be. And in 2017, there was a big breakthrough, which was earlier you could only predict words, then it was sentences, and then with generative AI, you moved to paragraphs. So there was a breakthrough in the model, which is basically the transformer model. And now you move to that application of that has moved into I'm building LLMs not for just for text generation, but for video generation, for image generation, you name it, all forms of voice generation for all forms of prompts. Okay, let me see if there are any questions. Okay, no questions yet. Okay, cool. Now let's talk about agent. Okay, the way to think about an agent at the end of the day is before agents was, let's say, robotic process automation, or you creating very hard-coded rules. So, for example, if I wanted to do research about a specific player, I would have been like, okay, I want to do research about Simplilearn and be like, hey, first go to Google, fetch this information. If I don't find it on Google, go to Crunchbase. If I don't find it on Crunchbase, go to LinkedIn, right? I would provide a lot of hard-coded journeys on getting this information. What agents have done is you just need to give it a single input. Hey, get me information about Simplilearn. And you connect it to all these tools. Connect it to a Crunchbase, connect it to a LinkedIn, okay? Connect it to what else? Let's say a Google search API. Once you do that, you also connect it to an LLM. Once you do, it automatically decides where to get this information, prioritize it, and give it to you in a format that you want. Now, what you're seeing in this diagram is basically LLMs are like this beautiful, abundant water, and agents are you're adding shape to the water. So when you say shape, it is you need to give it shape in terms of you want to make sure it has short-term memory. You want to make sure it's long-term memory. So when you're actually in Claude, sometimes you'll be like, it has a session, it's able to understand what's happening here. But maybe like if I come back and I go to a different session, it doesn't have long-term memory. It's not able to remember it. Tool calling is you're connected to different tools, which I just told you. Okay. Agent examples is maybe you're giving it context on what the output should be. Hallucination check is you want to make sure like, hey, the output that is coming out is reliable. So all of these factors, we call them modules. Okay. There are 4 things to think about. You add data, you add an LLM, you add tools, and then you have modules. The 4 things come together for you to actually build an agent. Okay. So the data, as I remember, showed you could be structured, unstructured data. Modules are your, hey, I want to have short-term memory, long-term memory. And I'll show it to you in terms of how that looks. And then finally, you give it specific input in terms of what the responsibility should be, what the example should be. And then from there, you connect to a tool. Okay. So that's what I showed you. So let me maybe just show you straight off the bat what is an agent. So this is what a platform looks like, by the way. So when I say I can go to studio.lyzr.ai, and if you're in front of a laptop, absolutely go there. I have a home, I have agent registry, I have create agent, I have voice. Now let's say I go to create agent and I say agent. Okay. Now, whenever you're thinking of creating an agent, it needs a role. So you think of it as you're telling this agent, hey, by the way, you are an UI UX expert. You are a customer support expert. You are an agent that does customer support. So that's the role you're giving it. Then you're giving it a goal. Hey, I want you to answer specific customer questions. Then you're giving instructions. Hey, you know what? Instructions could be around even specific tasks. So you could add specific like FAQs, you could add system level tasks, instructions, you could do all of that. But what Suyash is going to show you is you don't have to do any of this. You should just be able to say, dude, I want to build a AI SDR agent. It'll automatically pick role, goal, instructions. But I'm showing you what's under the hood. Okay. So you click on role, you click on goal. Maybe I shall go back. I'll show you one of the specific agents. How about that? So I go to agent. It's taking some time to load. 102 agents. So let's come here, right? Okay, let's say a partner data agent. Here's the role that says you're a partner data retrieval agent, right? That searches and returns structured company records. Structured company records, as I mentioned, was like a database, right? Goal is accurately retrieve this information. Instructions is you can be specific. Your knowledge base contains, so wait, knowledge base is what? Where you're pulling data from. Which contains information. Some of this, it says your response must follow the JSON schema. Don't worry about that. This is basically saying, hey, I want to make sure it's in a specific format and always follow this format when you're giving me the output. Okay. Now you can do all of this. Now, this is part of the agent. What I tell you first, you're giving it shape. Second is you're adding intelligence. So you can pick multiple models. Now, what we talk about, you have multiple models today. You have OpenAI, right? OpenAI has come up with a new, I think, GPT 5.2, which we have here. You have nano models, just smaller. So what's the advantage of a nano model? Like maybe it's great for like specific tasks. You want faster output, right? Then you have O4, I think it was the reasoning, O3 was the reasoning model. So you have a lot of these models. So we are giving you a platform where you can pick and choose a model. Okay. If you're a developer, you might be like, you know what? I prefer Anthropic. I want to use Opus 5, which is the latest model. Or I might want to use Haiku, which is faster but quicker answers, but it's like the task is not a complicated task. Right? Now, you can also pick models from Bedrock. So Amazon, what they have tried to do is they want to continue pushing their revenue. So they have built their own models and they've also built partnership with a lot of existing players. So Mistral, which is based out of Europe, their models exist here. Your GPT, some GPT models, Llama models, which is from Meta, Nova, DeepSeek, some OpenQuen, which is Alibaba, if I'm not mistaken. All these models are available. GLM, if I'm not mistaken, actually is someone Gemini. Sorry, Gemma is someone Gemini models. Okay. So all of this is available here. Now, how do I know which model to pick based on the agent that I'm building? Now, if I come here, suggest model, actually, let's do this. If I suggest model, you might want some models which is based on speed. You might want some models which is based on cost, right? So, and it depends on the task, right? Maybe if you're doing a long form, like, hey, give me research, you're trying to do like a deep research, speed may be less important, and you may be willing to pay some on the cost. But if you want quick answers for a customer, speed may be really important. So this is the second part of your agent. Third one is knowledge. So when I say knowledge, right, let me show you. When I click on knowledge base, knowledge basically is I have knowledge can come in the form of structured data and unstructured data. So I can upload Excel files, I can upload CSV, I can upload. So all of that. So when I click on new, first knowledge base, yeah, I can name the file, it automatically converts it into a vector format, and then I can create the knowledge base. Okay. So all of that you can do from here. You can also do it directly from Studio, right? So if I come here, knowledge, yeah, I can add, once I've actually already added a PDF or something, I can add it directly from here. Okay. Then I have tools. Tools is where you truly decide what you want to connect to to automate tasks. So if I look at tools here, let's say if I come here, monitoring connections, I look at tools. Tools is what you wanted to connect to. We really start automating workflows. You want to connect to a Gmail. So on the AI SDR side today, you will actually connect to a Gmail. But you might want to connect to Slack. So for you, what all of you have to get really good at when you're building agents is, what does the overarching architecture look like? Where do I want to pull this information from to do, let's say, a specific task? You might also have to think about, if there are multiple tasks to be done, should I actually have an agent for each of those tasks? Okay. But here you're essentially adding a tool. And then finally, you have something called skills. So where it's moving today is, earlier, which is maybe even like a couple of months back, you would have multiple agents. You can have a managerial agent, and then you have one agent's output going to an input of another agent. Skills is, you can basically convert any, like let's say you have branding, you giving it specific input on how to do branding, you can convert it into a skill and add it as a skill towards the agent. And then you can run automations. Okay. And then the features is what the modules are referring to. Do you want it to have memory? Should it be able to be, should it be safe and responsible? All of that is literally being defined here. Okay. So that's what you got to think about at a high level. Before we jump into the specifics of like me giving you examples of different forms of agents, any questions so far? Let's see the chat. How to join this is not free. Our studio is free to join, so you can definitely use it. Lyzr is a multi-agent platform. Yes, you can build multiple agents. AI agents to software system. Okay, cool. Are we good? Okay, I would, by the way, recommend over the next 40, 45 minutes, if you're doing this over your phone, definitely switch to a desktop, because I'm going to start showing you something interesting as well. Okay. So I told you what is an agent. All of this stuff that I showed you is finally, I showed you as part of the studio, and agents on the connective tissue. So what I tell you, now you have, the future in a lot of ways is, you end up building agents for each part or each function. Now you will build an AI SDR. Now let's say somebody else built a customer service agent. What if they could speak to each other? So you have that option here as well, right? So one, if let's say if I go here, generate, improve, update, places, share, connect, get version history, publish, clone. There is a way, once I deploy this agent as well, I can, as an API, share this agent with somebody else. Okay. So that's how you start building multiple agents, and you start connecting with agents across a period of time. Okay. Now, I think Suyash will show you that as well. Now, when it says how it started, right? Earlier, it was a lot around code. You have to define what model you want to pick, what temperature. And by the way, just to give you context in terms of what temperature and top P is, right? If I come here, it finally comes down to probability. So if I type, let's say, online marketing agents, right? This entire list, right? These are all probabilities that have been built based on what people are saying, right? Let me keep it online marketing agent, marketing for. When I do this, these are all probabilities. When I say temperature, I have the option to pick a temperature between 0 and 1, right? Which is what is here, right? When I say temperature is 0.7, you're basically saying here, hey, consider 70% of the probability. So for example, each of these have probabilities. This is a 25% probability. This is a 30%, let's say 15% probability. The probability reduces as you go further down of the next predictive word. If I said temperature needs to be 0.2, it will only consider, let's say, the probability of that word. So it makes the output more deterministic. If I made it 0.1, the output will always be online marketing for small businesses. But when I say temperature on a scale of 0 to 1, if I said temperature is 0, let's say it's 1, it considers the entire list of all the options of probabilities that can show up. Whereas if I made it, let's say 0.85, it will maybe cut off the last two, and it will only consider this sample set. So for you, the way to keep it simple, the way to think about it is, you don't have to, first of all, think about top P and probabilities. Okay. But in this scenario, if it is, if you want the results to be very accurate, you want to reduce temperature. Okay. If you want it to be a smaller sample set, you want to reduce temperature. But if you want it to be highly generative, let's say you're trying to build images, you want to get as many variations on videos, that's when you can increase temperature and top. Okay. So how it started, it's started with this, which is, hey, you give it model temperature top P messages, give it the role, which you saw there in the low code version. And then it's moved to, man, add all these modules around it. Okay. Now, what is the difference between agentic AI and AI agents? What you just saw was an AI agent with all these features. Agentic AI system is where all of these agents are connected to each other and you built a multi-agent workflow. So you will build today most probably an agentic AI system. Persistent memory is it will remember even when you come back. Inter-agent communications, agents able to speak to each other. Okay. What I showed you is a single agent system. You have an input, goes into the agent, it accesses a knowledge base, accesses tools, processes it, goes to the output. What you will build today most probably is a multi-agent system. What is a multi-agent system? It'll not look this complicated, but if I was building an agent where I needed information coming in from chat, I need information coming in from phone, all of that information, if you wanted, I can make sure I have individual agents for each. So chat could go into a conversational chat agent. You can be like, hey, maybe this information is in text, this information is in voice. Emails may be a combination of multiple formats, just text plus images. So you might want to handle each of them separately, right? Slack could be message handling agent. So you could define each of these separately. And then all four of these could come together and be like, hey, maybe I need a master agent to look at that information, resolve. Where do I take that information? Who do I pass it on to? So if it's answered, go down. If it's unanswered, go up. And then this is basically another place in where the data is coming. I might have historical tickets, which is your knowledge base. I might have a third party API system, which is like I'm collecting data from things outside of my system, right? Knowledge search, I told you, is automatically information that you have updated. And then deep learning agent, you don't have to think about that too much. But basically, if the training sets that you've added, let's say from Hugging Face or any other place to add more context to this. So what you will do today most probably is build something like this, less complicated, obviously. And you have multiple formats of multi-agents. What you see is a single agent, but you could have an agent where, hey, so in this network is, if I have 4 agents and a manager agent, each of them could speak to each other. A manager agent could speak to this. And I'll give you an example with an AI SDR, right? With an AI SDR, let's say today you'll build like, hey, I want to do research on Suyash. So now when I do research on Suyash, you might want to hit different tools. Then that information has to be processed by one agent. Let's say it gets passed on to another agent, which is it's going to look at that information and compose an email. Then let's say compose an email. That compose email, let's say there's a human in loop you bring in before, which is before sending it, and then it sends the agent, sends the information, sorry. Now let's say somebody responds. Now somebody responding, you want an agent to look at the response, look at that information, and then provide a separate response. So now each of those agents could speak to each other, right? Or you could have them sequential. So it'll come down to how you actually build some of these things out. Supervisors, and some of them actually, if you are surprised, if you won't be surprised, a lot of them actually mimic how companies are built. If you have a company with a manager, with each of them doing individual things, you'll most probably have like one person that just did design, you might have a design agent. One person that just does image creation, ads might just have ads agent, right? So there is some similarity in how organizations are built as well. So you have different multi-agent patterns. I told you about managerial. Self-improving, what this might mean is you might have another layer here, which is if I have an input, I have an agent that comes in, tools are connected to it. Now it goes to agent 2. Now let's say if it fails for some reason, it can go back to agent 1. So that's the rollback. You might want to, in some sense, you have the advantage of it being cyclical. You might have one set of agents which are just connected to, in this almost forms like a sub ecosystem. Agent 3 is broken down into smaller tasks. Maybe here it requires a lot more. So you have to really start understanding workflows of an organization. I can tell you prompt engineering is a skill that was super hot last year. Right now, the hot skill is Are you really good at orchestrating or understanding the workflow and organization and comparing and converting into agents? That's what AIFDs, which are forward deployed engineers, are getting paid for. Where does human in the loop come in? How do you add tools to it? All of that is where the money is to. Okay. We have deterministic versus agentic workflows as well. So not all workflows need to be agentic. What's the problem with agentic? Some of the results can be like when you want highly accurate output, let's say in a financial firm, you want zero hallucination. Maybe you don't bring agent into that workflow, but you bring an agent into the reasoning side of it. What does that mean? If I wanted to hit a database, pull the information out, and I'm like, hey, just pull, let's say, population data of China, India, all of that, or let's say just all Asian countries, break it down by multiple formats. That could be agentic. But what if I said, hey, add the two and like, let's say, like, hey, give me just some cluster information as a subset. You could have that as an automated workflow where you're using not agents, but you're using deterministic workflows. And then you can add an agent which is on the reasoning layer. So a lot of the implementation that we do today, you'd be surprised, is a combination of deterministic workflows and agentic workflows. Okay. Autonomous agents is you take it one step further when there's no human in the loop. You want to do a specific task, it keeps doing these tasks, and then it gives you an output when you are like, and it could be right from, I'm looking to shop, hey, show me a product which is, I'm looking to buy shoe size 11, I'm preparing for high rocks, give me these shoes. Autonomously, the agent might be like, hey, I'm going to look for all this information, maybe even make sure it is on the checkout, and then all you have to do is review it, right? So you're giving it autonomy in a specific workflow or a loop. One of the things that we were evaluating right now is, let's say for an events agent, I should be able to, let's say I've decided to create an event on Luma. I should be able to say, hey, I want to find people for this event. So do an outbound. Now, as soon as an outbound is done, it'll go hit, let's say Apollo, it'll hit Clay, it'll find people from LinkedIn. Let's say it starts sending emails and you've already blessed the content. Now, once it starts doing that, let's say people RSVP, you can have autonomy on RSVP automatically. You can also have autonomy on, hey, by the way, once it automatically signed up through an MCP, I've connected to an e-commerce tool, let's say like a Shopify, where they're saying, dude, I can automatically check out and buy merch and send it to them. So that's the level of autonomy you can give. But today, the way it's set up is most companies are still like, dude, like I want to decide by human in the loops. So there are specific tasks, there's autonomy, but there's like mostly human in the loop in most of these workflows that we build. Okay, let me show you maybe some examples. Maybe that could be interesting. How are you at time, by the way? Anybody?
We have time, Anirudh,
Okay,
as much as you need.
Okay, great. Now, let's talk about applications. I think this is the exciting part. So now, what are people doing? People are like, okay, I've built these agents out. Let me go one step further and build out the workflows for each of these agents. So one of the things that we did is we created these blueprints, or we created these pre-built agents. So we have pre-built agents for banking, we have pre-built for insurance, we built it for marketing, sales, HR, customer support, where we're saying we will capture 60% of the logic and then we'll customize for you and take it live. Okay. What does that mean? Now let's actually take some of the examples. This is an agent we built internally within Lyzr. We call it Scott. And what does the agent do? It's built for the marketing team. I should be able to create content, but what makes it agentic is when the agent is telling me what to do. I think there's a big difference also the way you want to start thinking about this. SaaS can also pull this information out. Okay. But when it feels intelligent, when it starts telling you what to do, that I think is the exciting part. So I'll give you context, right? Now, let's say we're trying to build blogs. It'll show me, hey, here are all the blogs we've published. Here is my writing target. Here's the pipeline. So we added some dashboard layer to it. Now I say, hey, dude, tell me, pull all the information out associated with us. So it says, okay, Palantir reports 85% growth. Glean is doing this. So I've put a set of competitor names and ancillary company names. So I can look at all these articles. Then I have community. Tell me what's happening within Discord. Tell me what's happening in the news. Tell me what's happening within Reddit. So I'll pull information. Then I have information that's happening within Lyzr. What's happening within Slack? What's happening within HubSpot? I'm using all these signals. And then from there, I'm saying, give me content ideas. This is giving me content ideas. Oh, LLM versus agentic AI. What's the difference? It's saying, okay, volume is this. So here's trending content you can create. Here's competitor content you can create. Here's SEO focused content. Here's internal content based on what's happening. And then let's see if I upload it. Now I can go to SEO and I can add this to my calendar, right? And then I can actually generate this content. And now this content will go sit on WordPress. So what are we doing? We are making sure content can be created, content can be synthesized and then placed on WordPress. And there's a human in loop within WordPress. Okay. And we have done this for all the other ones. So if I had to show you while this is being built, right? Let me show you another one. Yeah. Now, what is that? This is another example of knowledge base. So we have knowledge base. We have uploaded all our case studies. We uploaded text. We uploaded URLs. All of this is here. Okay. Social library is, we've also started hitting, hey, where is this? This is maybe not as real time, but like we're able to pull in even social data from LinkedIn or Twitter and show up here. Okay. Then we have something called LLM Wiki, which is what is the data set and what are the tools we're hitting? What are the agents that we have internally? Right. And then we have for everything. We have email. If you want to create an ABM outbound, you can do that. If you want to create ads, you can do that. If you want to create LinkedIn content, you can do that. Very similar. We have that for all the platforms. Okay. You can create content. ABM outbound is you can pick an agent. You can pick a hub. So you can connect to say, okay, I want to send specific information to an account. And then it can actually customize emails based on all the context. So we have connected, let's say HubSpot, we connected to a note taker, right? So all that information you can pull out. So this is, let's say, Scott. Now, if I want to go one step further, let me show you HR. Okay. HR agentic OS is what, if I want to automate my entire HR work cycle, right? If you look at HR, it is what I have employee onboarding, I have resume filtering, right? I have recruitment, I have an employee experience, and then I have offboarding, and then I have HR productivity. If I had to do something as recruitment as talent pipeline, I can build an agentic OS to be like, hit Workday, hit Greenhouse, hit Gmail, hit Google Calendar. By the way, LinkedIn makes it hard for you to connect to the API and pull that information out. But I can also show you who are my today's interviews. Now I can be like, hey, which requisition have been open and why? I can ask specific questions. Agent will look at all this information and pull that out saying, okay, here is why it's taking so much time. It'll hit all the tools and give you an answer. Okay. Here's the breakdown. Here is the what's in critical, what's in red, what's in green, right? Then I can do candidate sourcing. Hey, search across LinkedIn, GitHub, and Indeed. Search, let's say, specific agents with this. It again hits an agent, pulls that information out. So this agentic OS has multiple agents sitting on the backend. You technically have an agent for each of them connected to each other with tools. So this is how it starts getting complicated. I mean, from an email, from an infrastructure standpoint. But this is what customers are asking for. This is potentially a 100K product, right? And they might be like, hey, I want to make sure my data is private. Can you deploy on my virtual private cloud? Can you make sure my data is maybe on-prem? They might come and say, listen, Ani and Suyash, I want you to not use, I'm in just the Google ecosystem. I want you to use only Gemini models. So that's where some of the customization comes in. With AI SDR that you're going to build, most people come to us with the customization is, okay, this is cool. Can you also send it on WhatsApp and SMS and Gmail, let's say? Can you do multiple languages? Can you hit multiple tools? I want to, in the HR scenario, you'll realize they're like, hey, Naukri is really expensive. I want to hit another tool where I can pull this information. Okay. So you have, let's call this the agentic OS. I had this for HR. Let me show you more. We have something for CFO, which is you want to automate an entire CFO life cycle, right? So if I want to come here, I want to see what's happening in financial reconciliation. I can run a reconciliation. And again, like what makes it agentic is you're able to come here, you're either able to ask specific questions, doesn't feel static, but it's also telling me, hey, what I should be doing next. Okay, so that's become the expectation now. What you will be able to build today, which is I'm pretty excited about it, you will build a front end like this without knowing how to code. It'll have sample data, it'll capture a lot of this nuance. Where your strength will be is, man, do I really understand the workflow? Okay, so I can build a CFO office agentic OS, which will be the monthly close, regulatory capital. Now, remember, if I'm someone who's in marketing, I don't understand CFO, you can clod your way through and capture some of this nuance with like requirement gathering and stuff. But the person that's winning today is like they have really captured the nuance and they've gone vertically integrated. Harvey, for example, is a $11 billion company. What have they done? You had ex lawyers coming together to build out Harvey. $11 billion, there are 700 people. Out of 700, 350 are lawyers who act like product managers, which are all capturing the nuance of agents. So, agents, if you're good at knowing what the limitations of an agent and what it can do, and you add your layer of your domain expertise, that's where you'll win. Okay. So I have my HR OS, I have my CFO OS. Let me show you. We have something we did for HFS research. So one of the things in the use case with HFS research was, let me see if I have HFS I don't have here, is it? Okay. With HFS research, the way to think about it is they have written, let's say, thousands of articles. Okay. And if you look at a lot of the search that was done back in the day, was semantic search, which is what I have Google Drive. I type keyword, it looks for those keywords in those specific files and gives it to me. But they were like, hey, listen, can you make it agentic? And what does agentic mean? I should be able to look at all the articles and tell me, hey, what is the trend that's happening with SaaS based on articles? Where is the mining industry headed? Those things you should be able to build using, let's say, agents. So we built this on their website. So you go to hfsresearch.com. We built this like, what is services of software? It asks specific questions. And then obviously you can read each of these articles. So very perplexity style, but giving you agentic output from a place of summarization and reason. Okay. So this is another use case that we're seeing for research. Let's look at maybe one more, which is the CVC agent. So Accenture is one of our customers. Just to give you context, Lyzr is now 200 people. We do a lot of agent building for companies. Accenture's our customer. They're also our investor. US government, Accenture, KPMG, then you have Crown Castle, WDW, they're all our customers. Okay. And what we have been able to do really well is we've been able to take complex use cases, because taking agents into production or taking them live is not just a AI problem or a data problem. It's actually also a people problem. How do you make sure people truly understand how to capture the nuance? Do you have a champion internally? Do you know where all the data sits? So what we have tried to do is we try to own everything end to end. Agent building, agent hardening, which is basically refining this agent deployment, and then agent governance once it's live. Okay. And it's a platform plus people model equal to productionization. So, and the way we showcase our capabilities, actually building out a lot of these use cases. So Spotlight is an Accenture product. Okay. And we launched this partnership with Accenture, which is over the next 3 years, can we do 10 million ARR with Accenture? Can we sell this to other venture capital arms, especially on the corporate side? Can we sell it to Barclays Ventures? Can we sell this to, let's say, Qualcomm Ventures? So here you can come here and be like, okay, list all the climate tech startups. So maybe I'll see if there is, I come and ask, hey, show me all the climate tech startups. So it says I've identified 60 plus climate tech startups. Now, what's the cool thing about each of this? Okay. I can view the evaluation based on Accenture's given us a 28-point framework on if we had to invest, this is how we would rate it. So it says here Accenture Enterprise Readiness 5.2, founder and cap table 6.5, market there, it's promising but early, technology are too early, products early, right? They also say strengths are here. So it gives you a summary. Now, you also have something called Bessemer inspired SOV, Sequoia inspired POV, and it gives you the score on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay. And then you're able to now, the next step with this, not just on the analysis side, what you can also do is you can automate founder interviews. You can also build memos. So if I say here, read full assessment, I can read the assessment. I can download this report as a PDF. I can also send this to my team, right? Which is your memo studio. I'll show you the founder interview. Now, the founder interviews, if I wanted a new interview, let's say Suyash is a YC founder, and I have gotten his information from Crunchbase and all these places. And by the way, Accenture Spotlight hits multiple places. Once it does, I might be like, dude, I need this information's dated. I need more information from Suyash. So I might be like, okay, ready, let's ask specific information from, let's ask specific information from Suyash. So I can basically set up interview questions and then send this as a link to Suyash. And then Suyash will receive a voice agent that he can, in some sense, go back and forth with. Okay. So we've built a lot of these agents. You have Spotlight News. It shows you here's all the stuff that's happening around the world. That's one more use case of these agents running in the backend. To give you context with Accenture, if I'm not mistaken, let me see if I can show you the, look at this. I have 200 agents running in the backend. I've hit 40,000 data points. And it says contextual signals map. Basically, once you map all these data sets, data points, you get 5 billion contextual signals. So it's a pretty complex agentic system on the backend. Okay. So I showed you HR, I showed you CFO, I showed you HFS, and we built a lot of these prototypes. I have something for procurement, right? We're doing something for KPMG where it's like, can I manage different suppliers? Okay. I won't go into the specifics of this, but let's see if we have something for all. Yeah, but we have a lot of use cases that we've built for different customers. Okay. And what we are seeing in the market right now is sales, marketing, HR, customer support, really hot, but very crowded. IT ops, procurement, CFO is the second one that's picking up. And this is how you're seeing a lot of these use cases explode. Now, where you have to get good at, obviously, is understanding agentic workflows. If you're a developer or if you're someone who has an engineering bend and likes to build stuff, what you have to get really good is capturing business logic and building out beautiful user experiences for people. Building products has become really easy. If you can do is capture nuance, that's where you win. But if you're someone who's in go-to-market, someone who is good at sales, someone's good at marketing, someone's good at product, what you have to get extremely good at is what is big picture? How does all of this fit? How do I sell this? How do I get distribution? Distributions become hard. If you look at the entire, where the world is headed today, take videos. I can build videos with Gemini. I can build videos with Higgsfield. I can do this with, with HeyGen. Video generations become easy. What has become hard? Video editing, right? How do I capture the last mile? Similarly with agent building has become easy. What's become hard? Deployment, right? So last mile is where the hard part is. And that's where you have to figure out and that's where the most value is also. I give a good example of I don't know how many you watch Narcos. Narcos on Netflix, right? They said when they were selling cocaine used to be $8, okay, a gram. But by the time it came to the US, it was $100 a gram. And it's why? Because there was most risk in distribution moving from Colombia to Miami. So the massive value generation was there. Lyzr operates in that last mile massive value generation. But something for you guys to do is we own the entire distribution. And that's where you have to also start thinking about. If you build a brand, that's a moat. Okay. Um, cool. So that's where agents are headed. These are just some more under the hood. With NVIDIA, we did a use case which is very similar to your AI SDR play that you might do today. Inbound leads coming in, automatically evaluate where it's coming in from. I should automatically add a lead score to it, automate the emails being sent, and then I should be able to have conversations with an AI. And anything it's unable to answer, send it for training. Okay. Zomato was one use case that we had explored a while back, where what they want to do is automate performance review. They're like, I spend so much time on performance reviews. What if I had a 9-box framework on how we automate based on all the information that's captured about a user? We should automatically put them in a box, give them a plan on what their coaching plan in terms of getting better, as well as like maybe even decide from their last mile on what their variable should be. Okay. Autonomous AI recruiter, I showed you the HR one, marketing content generator. Today, this was actually surprisingly quite relevant. It's still very relevant today, but because content generation has become so easy with Claude, today it's become about, do you capture the nuance of my brand? Do I capture the nuance of, can you do long form content at scale? Okay. So that's where we were thriving with marketing content generation with Hitachi. Okay. What I showed you was Accenture CVC, right? All this data is where we're capturing information from, which is what Gartner, G2, PitchBook, Apollo, Crunchbase, right? Then it's like, oh, for this specific company, I'm getting information from newsletter, LinkedIn, website, search API, founder review, Google News, right? Then internet search, go after Perplexity, Google, newsletters. And then custom list is also being added. And then all of this sits with a knowledge graph. Now, what's the advantage of a knowledge graph? All that information, imagine whether a person leaves the organization or not, that information always stays within the organization. We were talking to a legal company. They're like, man, half our conversations on WhatsApp. And when somebody leaves, everything goes with them. So what if there was a way where all this information can be captured week on week, where they're filling the information out, and then there's knowledge graph that's being built. There's a reason why what you're seeing today, Salesforce has so much data with them. It's very hard to rip and replace Salesforce. You have this data that sits on Salesforce, and then from there, it's able to, in some people are building agentic systems on top of Salesforce. Okay. Last thing is Shiva Cloud. Okay. So we built a fundraising agent. You might find this exciting as well. What we did is we are raising a Series B. We're pretty close to closing our round. And what we did is, if some of you have done any form of fundraising, people spend a lot of time giving information, talking to analysts and stuff. So we said, you know what, let's front that information. Instead of you spending 4 weeks just doing this fundraise, what if we said, okay, you know what, why don't people can have questions? So you can come here, you can be like, hey, what does Lyzr do? You can ask specific questions, right? You want to ask specific questions about our tech, which is Git agent protocol, you can. You want to ask specific questions around Shiva, Jimmy Me, you can. All of this you can do. Okay, you want to ask specific question on Accenture, you can do that. And then if you want to register interest, you can register interest. Okay. And remember, as I told you, it's moving from multi-agent systems into single agent with multiple skills. So here's a claw agent. It has a soul, which is I'm adding information. Like how, remember, you had goal, role, all of that you can add as part of the soul. Rules is, hey, what I want you to do? Instructions. Knowledge is where it's pulling this information from. Skills is, here are different skills it taps into to build things out. Right? So you can register interest, how the technology works. You can ask all these questions. And then it also builds an investment memo. Right? So we ended up having close to 131 investors fill this out. And we had 17 investors almost go to the last round. So we were covered on TechCrunch, we were covered on Bloomberg, we were covered on Inc.com, right? So it's the AI agent startup that lets his agent run $100 million fundraise, right? So this is where the beauty is at. Like if you're able to, we did this actually surprisingly with Agent Sam for our Series A as well. Okay, when I say Agent Sam, it was something like this. Okay, Agent Sam, maybe Lyzr. right? Let me see if I have a video. Yeah, this could be an interesting video. Where's the video?
Hi, my name is Siva, founder of Lyzr.
Right.
The full stack.
So what we did is similar. We built a landing page. We had an agent, and an agent here is basically like,
we're launching our Series A fundraising. But instead of doing this the traditional way, we actually built an agent on Lyzr. Meet Agent Sam.
This is Sam here, and it's nice to meet you.
Agent Sam will interview me, asking all the questions that you as an investor may have about Lyzr.
Thanks for the kind introduction, Siva. So let's start with some basic questions. What is Lyzr, and why did you decide to build Lyzr?
I mean, if you can see the similarity, this is a combination of Mark Zuckerberg and Sam Altman. So it looks like Sam Altman with the buzz cut. But what we essentially did was we built a video like this. Shivaz asked questions, and then it went to a landing page. Okay, so this is essentially the applications of it. That's what you have to get really good at. What will you build tomorrow? Okay, so I will leave it at that today. I think if I had to just do a quick TLDR, actually I'll leave you with one more thing, and then we'll get to this. Now, you might be like, dude, why can't I use Claude? Why can't I use Claude Cowork or Claude Code for most of these things? Now, the cool thing about Claude Cowork is, I mean, I use Claude, right? I've done a lot of automations from a personal productivity standpoint. Look at all my emails and tell me which emails I should answer. I mean, and then it does a scheduler of, hey, look at all my LinkedIn, give me LinkedIn post ideas. And I've created a skill on how I write, and I should be able to push that out. Now, it's great for personal productivity. What happens when, let's say Suyash and me are in the same team, we have 4 other people. Let's say I have Ayush, I have Vidur, I have Ashish. We all want to communicate. You might need a one place where there's collaboration that's happening. That's when this agentic workflow thing gets interesting. Now with Claude also, I can't easily just share. One thing you'll also see with Claude is, if I open multiple sessions, sometimes it forgets what's happened on a different session. You want it to have cross-functional or cross-session memory, right? So that's something which agents, when you're able to build, it's able to do a good job. You want it to be private. You want to make sure this data is deployed onto your server or specifically, let's say, on-prem. So great for regulated industries, right? You might want to be like, hey, I want to do this specifically on the Google ecosystem. So there's a lot of these nuances that start kicking in from an enterprise standpoint. So that's the deployment side, which is hard, right? So what you can do, however, today is build out your prototype on Claude, build out a prototype on Lovable. And then you can work with AI engineers, AI forward deployed engineers, maybe someone like a Lyzr to help you take it live. Okay. So I'm going to leave it at that. The TLDR version today for you is you have single agents, you have multi-agents, you have an LLM. An agent basically connects to an LLM, connects to tools, connects to modules, connects to knowledge base. I showed you the entire infra stack, right? Which is what, here is the entire stack. Here is where Lyzr comes. What you will learn, you've already done the hard part today, which is understanding the nuances of Studio, right? And nuances of what encompasses an agent. And then after that, I showed you lots of examples, and you will build something like this today. Cool. So I'll leave it at that. I think, Suyash, you can, if there are some questions, you can take that over. Let's see if there's agent and AI agent is pretty much the same. I think that the differentiation they're trying to show is sometimes you want to say real estate agent, right? So like I think that terminology has gotten popularized. So which makes use of LLMs following front end and back end development? How does one reduce hallucination in the back end for multiple agent layers following? So you have to talk about some of that on his question. Without API keys, can you connect multiple agents? You can. If you build everything within Lyzr Agent Studio, you don't need multiple API keys. What if one agent cannot complete its task before passing it to the other agent? How to fix this issue? You get logs for everything. You get to know where an agent has specifically failed. So you will be able to see, okay, it's failing here, fix that issue, and then move forward. So as much as we're low code, we have a low code plus a pro code or a dev mode as well to our platform. Cool. That's pretty much it. So Yash, on to you, brother.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you so much, Annie, for going through Studio and every concepts of agentic AI in depth. It was really, really interesting to, know and learn about all those things, I think, for everyone. Now time to begin the fun part, everyone. So if you guys are opening your phone and just seeing the seminar or lying down eating something, it will be the best time to just open your laptop and let's begin the actual building part. And let's take actually 2-3 minutes to set up your environment and everything, because at the end of 1.5 or whatever time you have left, my goal would be that everyone present here in this seminar should be able to say that, okay, I have built a pretty much complex multi-agent orchestration by myself without even writing a single line of code. So yeah, let me also share my screen. So we will build everything along. It's not like I'll just be explaining. I want everyone to get involved. I want everyone to keep on commenting whatever problems they're facing, whatever ideas they're going to bring to life. So if you can see my screen, first of all, let's just open architect.new. You must be having this document with you. If you are not having, it's also fine. I'm just sharing the URL in the link in the chat. Once you open this document, so Ani has mentioned everything about Lyzr Studio, right? How you can manually build AI agents, how you can write the system instructions, prompt, role, goal, choose the LLM model. But in today's time, I don't think anyone wanna do that manually, right? So people just wanna prompt their way and build something. That's how everything is working on Claude and ChatGPT and everything, right? So for that specific purpose, what we have done is we have automated the entire process of agent development just by giving prompts. So if you have this document, if you can see this Lyzr architect link, I just want you to click here, Lyzr architect. If you don't have the document, it's fine. You can just click on architect.new, and I'll also share this URL in the chat. Here it is. So first of all, yeah, and just keep on informing me that, okay, we have done this, we have done that. If you're facing any issues, I'll be seeing the chat along the way, helping you out if you guys are facing any issues. So let's just take a moment and set it up, and then we'll start building together. Once you are in architect.new, you will see a homepage screen like this. I just want you to continue with Google. That is the easiest way. You can also continue with Google, enter email ID and password. But it's very easy to set up using Google. Just enter your email ID and sign in. It's a basic process. I think nothing special here. So I just want you all to set up it very quickly. There will be multi-step verification enabled for you. Just fill it up. Let's take 5 minutes to do this. And I actually have logged in my architect, so I won't be needing to do that. But for everyone, once you guys are logged in, just let me know in the chat. We'll proceed. Okay, I can see done. Continue with Google. Yeah, that works. Cool. I think as soon as you log in, you will see this screen. So this is the home page of Architect. First of all, I'll just spend 2 minutes very quickly to explain like what Architect is, why we have built it, till everyone is logged in. So you saw the manual way of building agents, right, in the Studio platform. We'll also be covering the Studio platform, but let's just focus on Architect first, and then we'll move to Studio. So Studio is where the agents is actually residing, agent is actually living. As mentioned by Ani, agent is nothing but where, how to make agents is nothing but where you define that, okay, this agent has to perform this role. It has a goal, which is this. It has to have some instructions behind the scenes. You can chat with the agent in Studio. You can test the agent in Studio. You can connect tools to the agent in Studio. You can connect knowledge base and everything, right? All this process, what we have done is, instead of doing it manually, Architect is a platform where you can create end-to-end agentic applications. What do I mean by agentic applications, right? So an application, an app, like a web app, whatever you are seeing right now, or whatever you are seeing in, let's say, Facebook or Instagram or something, that is a normal app, right? But what is an agentic app? So let's say you are building an app that has to do a lot of reasoning tasks, that has to do some thinking tasks, that has to take multiple actions. So behind the scenes, if in any app there are agents working, there are agents thinking that what should be the next step. There are agents taking actions, connecting to Gmail, sending emails automatically every day 9 a.m. that, okay, this is what you have to do today. Sending you a summary of your work, like your Slack, your Google Meet, your Teams, and everything, right? So that is a kind of agentic application which we can build using Architect. And if you see in the left side, there is a lot of things, right? So it's nothing, it's don't get overwhelmed by it. I just want you to click on the prompt library, if you can see. So just to show you what kind of use cases you can build using Architect, right? You just can go through all of the categories that we have here, and it is categorized by different fields. Like marketing people can think of building a marketing team of agents that can write blog posts, that can create social media content, perform SEO analysis, and generate graphics for my brand, right? So all the things of all the use cases that you can think of, which involve certain kind of reasoning, certain kind of thinking, certain kind of action that has to be taken autonomously, Architect will help you build those things. You can see a marketplace section which will show you all the cases that people have already built on Architect. So we are going to build it ourselves today. This is something which you can try and check out later on also. Now let's come back to the home page. Okay, so I just want to check on very quickly. Everything is logged. Everyone is logged in. Okay, great. So let's proceed. Okay, so if you can see this document, if you have it, you can open it in your new tab, or otherwise I'll just keep on presenting. What we are trying to build, let me first explain that, okay? And then we'll start building part. So if you see the use case, there are a lot of ways to build out agents, and there are a lot of ways to build out a single use case, right? You can have a single agent working behind the scenes. You can have multiple agents, multiple single agents working behind the scenes. You can have a manager, sub agent kind of orchestration. You can have a single agent with multiple skills. So there are a lot of ways, right? What today we are going to build is a very, I would say, intermediate complex level of agent orchestration, which is a manager sub agent pattern. What is a manager sub agent, right? It's nothing, it's actually what it sounds. So in a company, or in an enterprise, or in a professional environment, you will be having a manager which will be managing 4 to 5 people, right? And that 4 to 5 people will have to perform a single specific task which they are responsible for. So that is the same pattern which we are also following in the agent system.
So
Now
yeah,
what? Yeah.
sorry, just this window on the bottom right, dude. When you're sharing, you can just close that.
Okay, sure.
Cool. Thanks.
Great. Yeah. So I think now it's visible completely. So as I was mentioning, what is the problem we are going to solve, right? So I just want everyone to go through the problem. I am going it along with everyone. So first of all, what is a SDR, right? SDR is nothing but sales development representative, and it is what it actually sounds. So let's say if I am working as a SDR in a company, I have to do multiple repetitive tasks myself. I have to search for prospects manually, that okay, these are the companies which are relevant to sell my products. These are the companies that I should reach out to. What is my ideal customer profile would look like? I will give a ICP score to every enterprise that I'm reaching out to. Then I will also have to do a deep research on the people that whom I should reach out, right? That okay, in this particular enterprise, this department is very relevant for me, and this department, these are the people who I should reach out to. And then once I've decided upon the people, I also have to write personalized content for them, that okay, this is my product, this is what I'm going to sell. Let's say I'm going to sell Lyzr Architect, right? So I need to have context about Lyzr Architect first, that okay, Architect can do this, Architect can help you with these, that it can make agentic applications end to end, and this is how you can use it in your enterprise. And then once the outreach content is generated, I also have to send them the mail, the LinkedIn post, the LinkedIn emails, or via Slack, or via Telegram, or via chat. So any kind of tool that you want to sell emails. And this use case is not only limited to AI SDR. Let's say if you are trying to find out a job, right? And if you want to reach out to multiple recruiters, the same process could be followed. Just the problem statement will be different. So today we'll be focusing more on an AI SDR outreach assistant, and that does the entire manual work of an SDR that the SDR is currently doing. And what the steps would be, which the agent would be following, is that okay, first of all, I want to do a research. I want to do a research on what companies I should reach out to, what people I should reach out to, the company research, and why is this the best time, or why is XYZ date the best time to reach out to, and how should I reach out to those companies? Whom should I reach out to is the next step, that okay, what are the prospects who I should send the content, what content should I send it to, what the outreach content would look like, how I can even draft a mail. And then what I can do is I can add a human in the loop, that okay, once the AI agent has drafted the content for me, that this is what I'm going to reach out, this is what I'm going to send to these guys, let me just have a approve button, and let me just give a functionality so that I can edit the content myself, and then I will reach out, and then I will finally send the content to the relevant people, right? So all this flow, which I am doing manually as a SDR as of now in an enterprise, can entirely be automated using agents. And just to give you a context of what are the agents will be involved in this process, so we are not making a single agent because it's so simple and it sounds boring to say that okay, I've built out a single agent only. What we are going to do is we are going to build an entire chain of agents. 2 3 agents will be working systematically. There will be a one manager agent which will be handling 3 agents along together. So if you can see it clearly, let me zoom in a little bit. We have a research agent, right? The entire task of research agent is to search for the relevant companies that I can reach out to. Prospect agent will search for relevant prospects inside that company that the research agent has already searched. So the input will come from the target company that I have entered. Let's say Accenture is something which I think that okay, I can sell my product to. I gave Accenture as an input, and the research agent will find out the relevant people, find out why I should reach out to this company, or even this research agent can find out multiple different companies apart from Accenture. Inside Accenture, whom should I reach out to? The prospect agent will tell me. Now, once I have the relevant parties, relevant people that I need to reach out, I have a manager agent. This is an outreach coordinator. It will coordinate between 3 agents. Its entire task is to just delegate the task between people, like a manager, right, in the company. So this guy is the brain behind the flow, and this guy will think that okay, for this particular task, for a Gmail drafting functionality, I should reach out to Gmail draft agent. For a personalization, let's say I want to reach out, I want to reach out and write personalized content. So the personalization agent will do this for me, and actual writing, the different writer agent will do it for me. So these guys just manage all these 3 agent, and the entire responsibility of these guys is to decide which agent should do what task at what time. So this is what we are gonna build, and not will not actually stop here. After building agents, what we also do is we'll connect the knowledge base to it. So even if I have to reach out to someone, I have to first know that what product I'm selling and what is my value proposition, how my product can help other people, right? Help the other party which I'm selling to. So all that information we can actually put it in a document that okay, this information is documented about my product, about my company, what is my value proposition, and etc. So that will provide to the agent as a knowledge base. Obviously, we are going to make 4 to 5 agents in the flow. Also, the agents will have a capability to do a live search in the web, right? So I have to find out multiple companies that is existing. It can do web search, it can do web fetch, it can find relevant companies for me. And then we'll be attaching a Gmail tool. So everyone will be also able to get the drafted content into their emails automatically. And yeah, obviously everything is just a prompt to a working UI, no coding required, nothing is required there. So let's just pause for a second here. And if you guys are great, I am excited. It looks good. This is exciting page. Okay. Okay, great, man. I think it looks good till now. So let's actually start building. I would say the rest theoretical part, we'll cover while building. Cool. So I want you to click on architect.new. This is the home page of architect, and how we should tell architect what I have to build, right? So that prompt engineering, which Ani was talking about, that it is a very good skill to have. How can we explain to a agent? Because architect itself is a agent behind the scenes, which is thinking how many agents I should build, what the prompt, what the agent instructions will look like, and everything, right? But for you guys and for general users, I don't want you to learn prompt engineering first and then come to architect. So architect has the capability to handle whatever kind of prompt that you're writing. Even if you're writing build me AISDR agent, it will give you a very good result in the first go itself. But if we are able to give it more context, give it more context about how the UI would look like, how the flow would look like, what are the functionalities that I want in this particular use case. The more context you give, the better it will perform, like every AI, right? So one way to do is write out a simple line, write out a very vague prompt that, okay, I want to build this, help me build it. It will ask certain questions for you. It will build out the entire applications for you. And then you can keep on iterating, keep on refining the final app accordingly. Other ways to, in the first initial go, just tell everything I would say just have a chat with Claude or chat with ChatGPT, or even you can have a chat with architect to help you organize your thoughts. That okay, what are we actually gonna build? If you have a clear document written down that this is what I'm gonna build, which I have myself written it down, so I'll just go through it once. It is very simple. The same thing which I explained that okay, build an EISG or outreach agent. Now, how to write a good prompt? I'll give you like few tips while working with architect. But doesn't matter like if you can even write a very vague prompt, it works the same way. You just have to iterate a little bit more on top of it. But if you can break down your thinking in these sections, first you can define the goal. What are you trying to do? So let's just spend 4 to 5 minutes, just reading the prompt, because I think this is a good skill to have, not just with architect, with building out anything which you are even working with Claude, even working with ChatGPT or some other platform, right? So break down your thought process if you are trying to build any use case into these 4 to 5 things. I would say if you're building an agentic application specifically, give the agent the goal that you want to be achieved, right? First of all, tell us in very briefly 2 to 3 lines. Okay, given a target company the user want to sell into, research that company, identify the best prospects to reach out to, and draft personalized outreach, all grounded in the user's own company details from an uploaded knowledge base. The app runs a clear 3-step flow: research, prospect, outreach. By the way, I have not written it manually in this complex manner. I just had a chat with Claude, or I just had a chat with Lyzr agent actually, and asked it to give me a detailed prompt which an agent can understand. So if the language is complex, it's not my writing. The agents is the next part which we have to define. If you are very sure that okay, I need this 3 to 4 agents, you can include this section. Otherwise, I would say if you don't know, or if you don't have an idea about how many agents I want, how many what are the specific agents I want, you can actually skip this part. It's still fine with architect. But since here I specifically know that I want a research agent to research, I want a prospect agent to do a company research, and inside that company find out prospects for me, write personalized agent. One agent will be actually writing the content. There will be a writer agent. So I myself know that okay, I need these 4 to 5 functionalities. If you are not very comfortable with defining agents, I would say define the functionalities that you want to achieve. So research agent, forgot about this text, right? You describe the functionality. Researchers the target company using web search, overview, industry size, whatever parameters that you want to research on, using the company research plus the user's ICP. So you define the functionalities, what you want to do. And then what inputs is gonna go into the application, right? You have to provide a knowledge base. You have to provide a company context of what product you are trying to sell. Let's say some months later you are starting your own startup, you have a drink product to sell, right? So you have to provide the specific details of what kind of drink you are selling, its nutritional contents, how it is helpful, how it is healthy, and how why should you should consume that drink, right? So that everything we have prepared in a document, that okay, these are the uh, details about my product that I am selling. Inputs, I can also give the target companies. If I have in mind that okay, I need to sell to this company, I need to sell to that company, I can specifically mention the name of the company. Otherwise, I can ask agent to fetch the company, do the company research also for me. I can also define the flow, that okay, how the flow would look like, what are the steps that will be involved in the entire process. First of all, research about the company, find prospects, generate outreach, send the email to them, right? It's pretty simple. What output I want a company research summary, I want suggested prospects, I want a drafted email, and maybe I can also get 2 3 hook lines, to make the end user open my email. Then the last section would be how you want the UI UX to look like. So it's pretty simple. I just wrote down that okay, give me a single screen, 2 column layout. There will be a left sidebar. It should look clean and professional. These are the 3 to 4 sections that will be in the UI, and you can describe very briefly or very in a simple language that okay, this is how I want the app to look like. Now, once you have this prompt ready with you, or even if you don't have this prompt ready with you, it's fine. But since we have this, just copy this prompt. If you have this URL, just copy this prompt. And what we are going to do is we are going to paste the same prompt in Architect. And once you have pasted the same prompt in Architect, just hit enter. And till it is loading, if you guys have any questions, have any doubts, feel free to ask me.
So yeah,
Can I specify? Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know if
Ani.
everybody has that link. So just place that again here, no? Your GitHub link. Is that
Okay, I
something
think, yeah,
sorry?
I pasted it while starting. I'll paste it again.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think Ananya shared it before with everyone, but yeah, I'm pasting it again.
Also, Suyash, while you're showing this, I think from this is kind of I feel like moving to step 3. If you can also show the 0 to 1 just architect, like put a small prompt. How does the plan agent app look?
Yeah,
Once
that's what we are gonna do now. Yeah, correct.
cool.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so I think once you have pasted the prompt for everyone, what architect will give you is first of all a set of questions that okay, it wanna understand more about the use case that you are trying to build. It wanna know that okay, this is the it already knows that this is the app or this is the UI, that this is the agents that you wanna build. But I need few more context about what you are trying to build, okay, to help you make the app in a much better way. So you will see a set of questions here that okay, first question, the knowledge base. And by the way, this question set will be different for different people, because behind the scenes an agent is thinking that okay, what question I should ask. So it can vary depending upon the set of prompt that you have given. So whatever questions you are getting in your screen, just read it out and just select the relevant option that you feel is correct. For me, it's like the knowledge base, how should the user's company doc be handled. So let's say I want to do a per session upload where users upload the doc each time they start a new outreach flow. Second question is, what should the research agent lean on for live company info? So it is asking me for live search, what I wanna do. So Perplexity models are quite good in this kind of functionality to do a real-time web search. So I'm gonna choose Perplexity Pro. And third question is, will this app need to save and manage data across sessions? If you need a database, if you need a authentication, and if you need to persist the data, you can select yes. Otherwise, for this use case, we don't actually need authentication. I'm only going to use this app for me, so I am selecting no. And fourth option is use default Lyzr agents to build this, or build this using Git agent. So Git agent is a completely separate way of defining agents that we will be focusing later on maybe. But for now, I would like you to select use default Lyzr agents. And Lyzr agents is basically the same agent that was inside the studio, which Ani mentioned, which Ani showed you guys, right? So these are the set of questions which architect will ask you. Everyone will get different questions. So don't worry, just read the question and select the best option possible for you and best option that looks to you. And once you have done this, hit continue. And till it is building, till it is thinking it out loud, till it is generating the next steps, I would like you to tell about the flow of how architect does the entire work, right? Once you give it a prompt, once you define a prompt, once you decided on a use case, you give it a prompt, it will ask you a few questions that, okay, how you want to envision the app. These are the missing points in a prompt that I want to understand more about. After that, it will actually create a product requirement documentation for me, which I can see in the screen as of now. So after I gave the prompt, this is the plan, this is the PRD architect generated itself, and we are going to go a little bit deep in this. After the PRD is generated, it will proceed to generate the agents for me automatically. So this is the plan section which we are currently in. Then we'll move to the agent section, and then we are going to go to the app section. So the flow is, once I get the prompts, once I get the questions answered, I'll get a detailed product requirement documentation. I will build out the agents defining the product requirement documentation, and on top of the agents, I will build the UI. So we're gonna go through the entire flow. But if you guys are okay till here, let me know. If you have pasted the prompt, if you have answered the questions architect has already asked, and if you can see a plan screen like this. How does it know when is the RAG process the internal document to be used? Okay, so whenever, if you remember in the prompt, we have given a section of input, right? In the input, I have specifically mentioned that I will be sharing you the details of the company that I want to propose, right? So if you are telling in the prompt specifically that, okay, I will be sharing some information, I'll be adding a document, I'll be uploading something, then it will automatically create a knowledge base for me, and then we can add the document there.
So yes, two things.
Yeah.
People are
Yeah.
facing issue with authentication.
Okay.
And second is, I think someone's saying we shared the credit with them. No, someone's saying it's paid, it's asking premium.
No, so yeah, let me also clear that out. So first of all, the issue with login, so there are two ways to log in, right? One is login with Google, and the second way is to log in with email ID and password. So let's say if you're facing some issues in login with Google, you can try the different way, the another way with login with email ID and password. That will work for you. And if you see this continue with email, you can just sign up with Google if that is not working, or you can enter your email, enter your organization name, you can keep it anything, and password and confirm password, and then just read the caption, create account. This is another way which you can try out to create the account for you. And as soon as you log in, you will actually get $20 worth of free credits. So you don't have to purchase anything. And once those $20 is exhausted, we can actually top it up. We have a coupon code with us in the document which have been shared by you. So I'll be giving you more information about that. But I think for the initial phase, for the first prompt, that will be done in the $20 that has been forwarded to you. So if you see, if you click on your login, if you see the homepage of the architect, here if you are able to see $20, that is the amount of credits that you guys will be having currently. So as soon as you log in, you'll get this. Yeah.
Yeah, let's wait a minute. I think there are
Sure,
people.
sure.
Yeah, so I think that's fair. What you're saying is absolutely right. Yeah, just look at the chat.
Yeah. If you are seeing zero, if you're seeing something, click on this refresh button, because we have also manually added credits for you guys joining the seminar. So if you can click on these credits, if you see this refresh button, just click on that refresh button and let us know if you are able to see the credits there.
Did we give them a specific link for them to log in with so that they get the credits, or it comes to the?
It will come automatically. I mean, everyone who should be logging into Architect will be getting $20 worth of free credits.
A lot of people are saying it's zero.
Okay, we can do one more thing then for the people who are seeing zero credits. If you have this document with you, the link which I shared, I'm going to share it again. So what you guys can do is you can actually scroll to the end section. There is a coupon, right? If you see the last section of the document, and I'll also just share the coupon code in the chat so that you guys can copy it.
We have JJ who I think got the $20. JJ, if you want to share also what you did specifically, might help.
Yeah, or you can refresh the entire tab once if that specific refresh button is not working. But I think most of you should be having the credits with you. I do have, okay. I have the, okay. Detail, okay.
Okay, good.
Refresh, okay, okay.
Just look at the previous one, Suyash. It says detail organization service unavailable.
But I get the error. Is this error coming on clicking the continue with Google, Subroy, or have you signed up with email ID password? If you can tell me that. So for the people who are already seeing $20 worth of credits, don't apply coupon code as of now, because that will override the $20. So if you are able to see $20, let's first use that. Let's first exhaust the $20 and then we'll apply the coupon code. So let's keep it with you. I do see, okay.
Somebody seeing error on fail to load apps.
Okay, I would say just do a hard refresh, Command Shift R on Mac or Control Shift R on Windows for the entire tab of Chrome or Firefox or whatever browser that you are using.
So yes, a couple of them also just they're saying where to put the coupon code.
What? Sorry, where to put the coupon code?
Yeah, just see that.
Yeah, I can actually share the way of using the coupon code also, but for the guys who are using, who are seeing already $20 added, so no need to add the coupon code for those guys. But whoever wants to use the coupon code at the starting, once you, if you can see my screen, everyone, once you click on this credit section and click refresh, if you're seeing 20, no need to use the coupon code, but whoever are seeing, let's say, zero credits, you can do a top up here. If you see this top up button, once you click on top up, and there is a plan and top up section on top right? You can actually click on the right side top up section, And once you click on this top up section, in the left side, you will see $50 credits. You can actually click on buy pack here. Once you click on buy pack, you will be redirected to a payments page. And here you will see the add promotion code info. If you click on this add promotion code, here is where you apply Architect 50. And also I have already applied it, so it will not work for me, but it will work for you guys. And also this information is shared in a video in this URL, which Ananya might have shared with you guys, or I'll just share it once more. So the same video you can follow to apply the coupon code. Let me share it once more. Again, the flow is simple. You go to Architect homepage, you click on the top right credit section, you click on refresh. If you see $20 already added, no need to add coupon code as of now, save it for later. Otherwise, just click on top up. If you click on top up, you will see a screen like this, or you will see the plans screen, but I want you to go to top up, top right. Click on buy pack for the $50 credit section, which you can see. Once you click on buy pack, you will just get the payments page where you can click on add promotion code and just enter Architect 50, apply. And then in the right side, you might be getting some information to enter your email ID and address that you can do. And then you will not be needed to add any credit card or make any payment. You can just click on continue. This video also, if you are able to see, you can follow the same. I'll just do a full screen of this. Architect 50, apply, and then it will ask you like your name and address. You can just enter your name and address. Click on complete order. No need to add any credit card or payment information. And then, yeah, you will see the credits added to your account, the $50. Let me read the chat. Worked now after doing control refresh. Thank you. Okay, screen is not visible. I bought the pack, still zero. Just do a hard refresh, guys, I would say. I mean, that would solve most of the problems. Got the $20 credit, holding on using coupon is will cancel it. Okay. I bought the pack, still zero. Okay. For the guys who are still facing issues or still not able to get the coupon code and get the credits, let me know like how many of you are not able to get the credits. Okay, so for the people who are not able to still get the credits, there is one more option which you can try. But I would say log out, log in first, and do a hard refresh. It should reflect already. But if even that is not working, yeah, just watch my screen. I'm sharing the other way around if you guys wanna add the credits. So if you guys can go to studio.lyzr.ai, let me share the URL for that also. And if you can click on this studio URL, or in the document also, we have the URL given, Lyzr Agent Studio. You can click there. This URL will redirect you to the Lyzr Agent Studio. And you can actually sign in Studio using the same account which you have used to sign in with Architect. So you can click on login with Google if you have already logged in to Architect with the same account. Here also you can log in. Otherwise, if in Architect you have used your email ID password, you can use the same email ID password and log in with email. Once you have logged in Studio by clicking login with Google or clicking login with email, you will see a home page like this. Is this visible? Okay. Okay. My screen is not visible, is it? Yes, the screen was visible. Okay. So if you guys can see a studio screen like this, you will actually see a profile, your profile here in the bottom left section. Your name will be written, which you have used to log into Studio. And once you can see this, you can actually click on this Lyzr. So there are multiple organizations. So if you have logged in with your email ID password, so you will see organization like this, let's say Suyash organization. And once you are in your organization, so I am in basically Lyzr organization, you should be able to see the credits here. So for me, it's showing 8.9. You should be seeing $20 or $50 depending upon the credits that you have used. So let me know if you are able to see the credits here after logging into Studio. Okay, so for people who are seeing 0 here, what I wanted to do is click on top up now. In Studio, you can click on this small top up now button. And if you have clicked in the top up now button, from here also you will see the $50 credit edition option. So homepage, click on this credit section, click on top up now, $50, buy now. And I am in a different org. Once you click on this buy now button, you will be redirected to the same payments page like this, where you can apply the coupon code again. Also, is this issue faced by everyone, or few people are able to log in, get the code and get the credits? Change the org to your particular account org. So if you have logged in with Suyash, you should be in Suyash organization. Yeah, so Lyzr org, you have to switch to your particular organization. Got it now from Studio. Okay. Use 2 different emails and that was the issue. Yes, so you should be using the same email, guys. Don't use multiple emails. Yeah, for the PRD, we'll just proceed. Let us just work out with the credits. Okay. Also, so for people who are not able to, get the credits, and you can actually go through what I am presenting, and you can actually check what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to build. That is also one way to follow along, because I'll be sharing the entire step-by-step process myself. But few cases which you should be keep in mind for the credits is just use a single login, single email ID password, the one which you have logged in using Studio. Keep the same email ID password in Architect also. I will not be able. I mean, we don't have an option to add into organization. You have to select your own organization once you have logged in. For changing org, you have to click on this button. Once you are logged in, you have to click on this button, and then you will be seeing all the organizations that you are a part of. So let's say if you are seeing Lyzr org or some other org, either choose my organization or choose your name's organization. That will be the account for you. Do a hard refresh, guys, please. Command Shift R on Mac and Control Shift R on Windows. One will be created when you build your first app. No, actually, whenever you whenever you log into Architect or whenever you log into Studio, the organization will be created automatically. Yeah. So, okay, for people who are able to get the credits, I would say follow along me. For people who are not able to or facing some issues, what we can do is we'll keep a track of the users list. So whoever have not redeemed the credits, maybe we will just provide you the coupon code so that you can try at your own time also. That will also work. Okay, what shall I avail after I use the free credits? So that's what the coupon is for. $20 you will get free when as soon as you log in, and once you have logged in and exhausted those $20 credits, you will be using the coupon code, which will give you additional $50 of credits. Okay, and don't worry, we have the entire flow going through in the screen which I am sharing. So you just follow along me. You just try to work with me, whatever we are trying to build, and you will get equally knowledge which you want to understand. And the credits part, I'll just share the coupon code, and the for what whoever guys are not able to use that coupon code, I'll just share the coupon code with you, and then you can maybe log in afterwards and then try it out. For guys who have already logged in, who have the credits with you, and who are able to give the prompt to the architect, and who are able to answer the questions, who are able to generate the PRD, just give a thumbs up in the chat so that we know that people have reached till the PRD section. Yeah, my screen should be visible. Please refresh it. What is the next step after pasting the prompt? Okay, yeah. Let's proceed ahead also. And for people who are facing any issues, follow along me in the video, in the screen sharing which I am doing, because I think you will get to know the step from here, and then maybe you can try later on also, because the steps are always the same. So just understand the flow first. Yep. And PRD is, as I mentioned, a product requirement documentation, which architect generates itself. And if you can see here, it has certain sections in it, right? First is the overview, user stories, agent architecture is the most important one. Then we have files, website provided by user, user flow, integrations required, UI UX specifications. So what is the difference between the initial prompt that we gave to architect and this product requirement documentation, right? So first of all, it is a very in-depth documentation of what the actual product will look like, what the actual functionalities of the app would look like, what agents we are going to use this in this particular app, and how the user will use this app. So if you read this PRD in a little bit detail, let's just go through the agent architecture section. Here, if you see, there will be an agents table. This agents table is basically where you can find all the agents that architect will be creating for you. If you see here, there are certain columns written: agent type, agent name, description, tools, trigger, provider, model, temperature, top P. All the parameters which Ani was talking about in Lyzr Studio, right? So the difference that architect has created is you don't have to manually decide what agent you need to create, what description you need to write in the agent, what tool you need to connect to the agent, what would trigger which model you need to add to the agent, what specific temperature and top you need to put in the agent. Architect itself has decided that, okay, I would have one independent research agent that would research the target company via live web search, overview, industry, size, recent news, funding, hiring signals, and inferred business plan. So I just want you to take 5 minutes to go through the PRD and understand what architect is trying to create. So the second agent, if you see here, is the prospect agent. By the way, this PRD might be different for all the users, right? Might be different for different users. So it is never a very deterministic flow, because behind the scenes architect is also an agent which is having an LLM working behind the scenes, and that LLM will always generate non-deterministic output. But at the end, the functionality of the app will always be same. Someone might even see 4 agents instead of 3, someone might see 2 agents instead of 3. So it is completely dependent upon LLM of how they want to achieve the task. To achieve a task, there are multiple ways, right? You can follow a path A to B, or you can go to A to C and then to B. So the end result will be same. The path might be different for different people, because the LLM is non-deterministic in a way, and it will give you different outcomes, different results every time, even if you paste the simple or a single prompt every time, the same prompt every time. After you see the PRD, if you see the agents table, you can also scroll down. You will see the user flow. In user flow, if you read it, you will have how the user will interact with the app. Just to give you a few points, user lands on the single screen workspace. Right column shows an empty state placeholder. So it is telling you that, okay, once the user launch the app, what will the user do and how the user flow would look like. The left column will be your company card. The left column will be your target company card. User types the target company name, clicks research company. In the right column, you will see a loading state. The prospect agent auto runs. Step 2, step reveals 3 for selectable persona. A primary generate outreach button will be there. So all the things that you will be having in your app, that you will be doing in your app, if at all there are any integrations required with the app, how the UI UX would look like. So this is a very in-depth document of the PRD, which is like the product requirement documentation of the app that we're trying to build. And if you see towards the right of plan, there is also a app mockup. What is this app mockup? Now this is not the final app that you're trying to build, but a mockup UI of what the app would look like. That architect will finally build itself. So this is how the final app would look like. We are kind of giving a mockup to you before even building the app, that okay, your app would look like this. If you like this UI, if you like this section, what we are presenting to you, you can continue, or you can actually change before only that, okay, this is not what I would like. I would need a dark mode in my UI. So what architect can do is every changes that you need to do in architect can be done just by prompting it. So in the left side, here is where the chat would reside, and all the interaction that you will have with architect will be, we will be doing in this left side chat bar, right? And if you see in the bottom left, you will get a pop-up like AISDR outreach agent plan is ready. If you want to start build, you can start building. If you want to go back to plan mode, you can click on back to plan mode, and you can actually ask architect to do any changes in the plan. If you, let's say, want to add one more agent, if you want to add one more section in the UI, or if you want to remove anything from the UI, you can just come to architect and prompt it. So if you guys want to try it, you can also try, let's say I want the UI in a dark theme. For people who like the light version, for them you don't even need to run this prompt. But for someone like me, I need my apps in dark mode. So I just come to architect and I tell it that, okay, I didn't like the light version that you have given me. I want the same thing in the dark version. So every prompt or every iteration or every change that you want to do, everything could be done just by giving architect a prompt, and architect will be able to do the modifications for you. And in real time, you will see the changes, and you will actually see how the architect is working behind the scenes. And yeah, it has changed the UI for me. If you can click on the app mockup, you will see a dark version, not the light version. So, and this is just a mockup, by the way. This is not a functional UI. We'll be getting the functional UI at the end. So yeah. And now it looks pretty good to me. And now I am satisfied with the UI architect is giving me. So I can actually click on start building here. Start building, what it will do is, and if you guys are okay till here, just click on start building. What start building will do is it will tell you that it is proceeding to build. But to build out an app, you will need certain context, right? That, okay, what we are trying to build and how the app would look like. So we are passing certain context to the app that we are finally trying to build. We are passing what? First of all, we are passing the plan that architect generated. Then we are passing certain artifacts. Artifacts is not anything but the app mockup which we just see. that okay, the final UI would look like this. I am just passing this as a context to the final app, to the agent that will be making the UI. Uh, Along with this, I am passing certain skills that it should be able to do company research. It should be able to take a knowledge base, and these artifacts might differ for other users, right? So whatever plan artifacts you are seeing, you can select everything by default. Everything will be selected, and you can click on build with this. So once again, just to go through the process, we give the prompt, we answer the questions, we did a little bit of iterations in the mock UI. We changed from light mode to dark mode just by chatting. Uh, when we click on back to plan mode, we chatted, and the UI got changed. After the UI got changed, I just click on start building. I see this pop-up where I'm selecting what context I wanna give to architect, and I do not see those two skills. Yes, so it is not necessarily to say that always these skills will be required. As I mentioned, everything could be different with the LLMs. You might be seeing a different UI. I might be seeing a different UI. Some other person might be seeing a different UI. Someone might be seeing a different UI or a dark mode by default itself. It's an LLM working behind the scenes, and every time you ask something, the answer might vary. Um, Even if you give the same prompt. So that is actually the beauty of it, right? It is able to think in real time and build out something in real time. It will not always be following the same process, the deterministic process. So let's proceed to the next step. Once you are here, I would like you to click on start building and build with this. Now the actual uh, building of agents will start happening, and it will start building from your plan. It will load for a few seconds, and you will be redirected to the agents screen from plan screen. And once you are in agent screen, yeah, it will take few minutes to process. You can let it load completely. And yeah, for people whose all my chats are lost due to network, please share the code again. So I have this document where you can copy the entire prompt and paste it again. You can enter architect in a new tab. Architect.new is the link, and you can paste the same prompt. You can begin again. Yeah. Also, focus more on learning how we are trying to build the agentic applications. It is not very much restricted to this particular use case. Why I'm saying this, because every person is having a different use case to a different problem statement, right? You might be having a problem statement that you want to automate LinkedIn reach out, or you might be having a different problem statement where you want to have a personal assistant to fetch all the emails in the morning and tell you what are the pending items, the pending actions need to be taken by you. So every person has a different problem statement. So understand the process that we are trying, that we are following, and then the process will always be same. The change is always the initial prompt that we have given. So try to work along with me, try to be with me and understand the process that we are trying to build. And if you can see my screen, if you scroll down the left sidebar, once we click on build agents, it started to build agents. But along the way, it is also showing me what it is doing, all the live activity. So it says that, okay, I will analyze this PRD and build the EISDR outage assistant. Let me start by setting up my task, tracking, understanding the project. It has defined certain tasks for me that, okay, these are the 3 tasks which I would be performing. It is actually created a knowledge base for me. It is also creating the agents for me. You can spend a few minutes reading the chat also till the agents are getting built, and it will take 5 to 10 minutes depending upon the LLM and depending upon the prompt to build out the agents and to build out the app. So meanwhile, try to read everything that it is doing it here, so that you can understand how architect is working behind the scenes also, and you can understand anything which is going wrong. If you can understand what architect is doing currently, it will be very real time communication happening between you and architect while it is building things and while it is doing the things, right? So yeah, if you can see and if you are able to get some agents on your screen, let me know if you are able to reach till this point. If you are in the plan mode, if you are in the agents mode, some people might be in the app itself, agents mode. Great. In build mode, which model is using behind the scenes? So Prabhu, right now we are using Claude only behind the scenes, but it is not just a model. What we have done is it is using Opus 4.8, but what we have done is around the LLM, we have kind of provided or created our own harness. Harness is nothing but how the LLM should perform within a given environment, what actions it can take, what tools it can do, what prompts goes behind the scenes, what skills goes behind the scenes. All those things we have written it down among the LLM, around the LLM, and then the LLM is able to perform the action for me, perform the agent creation for me, write the instructions for the agent, decide what agent to wait, how much agents to create. So all those kind of stuff, right? And actually it is a lot going behind the scenes. So architect, if you want to understand how architect is working, it is a very complex orchestration of agents only, which we are doing behind the scenes. And you will be having a lot of fundamental things to make it work, and you will be having a lot of harness issues, you will be having a lot of agent orchestration pattern that you need to read about to get a product like this working, right? So if you can see, it will automatically go to the app section once it has built out the agents. You don't need to even touch architect while it is building the agents and while it is building out the entire app. You will just have to hit enter in the starting part and then leave the app till it is building the complete section. And in order to, let's say if you want to understand how architect is working or how agents are working behind the scenes, how multi-agent orchestration is working behind the scenes, so you will need to have a in-depth knowledge of agentic AI and multi-agent orchestrations, right? And I think Simplilearn has a proper course for it also. So if you can search for, there is a professional course or a program in agentic AI and multi-agent system. So they actually teach you about how to build things like this, which will also clear a lot of concepts for you, that how architect is working, how studio is working, how agents is working. Because let's say if you are writing any code, you need to have the base clear first of all, that how even AI is working or how even agents are working. So in this proper course, which you might do a research about yourselves, but they have certain basic concepts covered in this course. They have certain demos which they are trying to show it to you guys, just like the demo which I'm giving it to you. But this will be a bit more in-depth course, because everything I can't explain or we can't explain in this 2 to 3 hours of session. So we have this kind of a 10-week course which you can try it out and which you can do a research about. If you like it, you can join the program. They will be having 40 plus demos covering 7 real world projects, all the skills related to agentic AI, multi-agent system, RAG, MCP, planning systems, which I just talk about. And Lyzr is one way to do things. We have other platforms also. So these course also covers platforms like LangChain, QAI, AutoGen, N10. So you will have a overall of idea of how the process, how the flow is working behind the scenes, how agents are working behind the scenes. A lot more things which you can learn from this course is, okay, let's say even if I have created the agents, how can I deploy it, how can I add tools to it, how the agent is working, how can I basically think about adding tools, knowledge base, all the basics of LLM, which model which I should I choose and where should I choose that, all the multi-agent ecosystem, along with real-time projects that you are going to build. So yeah, you can explore this yourself. I am just telling, so for someone who wants to understand more about how things are working behind the scenes. So this is a course which you can try it out. You can see all the skills and tools that you will be learning. And these are the skills which are very much in demand in the market also as of now. As you can see, all the tool integrations, what are vector databases, what is semantic search, what is context engineering, because prompt engineering also a thing of a past. Now we are now moved to context engineering. So all the things related to AI skills, tools, they are covering. And obviously you will be getting a certificate at the end. So it will also help you whenever you are applying somewhere, that, okay, I have already done this extensive course, 10-week course, where I've learned all these concepts, where I've built out demos, where I've made a capstone project. And yeah, you can see a few of them, a few of the reviews which already people who have tried out this course have already tried and found success. You can search about the AI Impact Studio. So the same way which architect is working, uh, the same way which I'm telling you that, okay, this is how architect is doing the creation of agents, creation of UI, the same things which also you can learn here, that okay, but a lot in depth, a lot more detail, a lot more conceptual wise, how things are working behind the scenes. And here I am available you for you to explain your things, but we can't take every query and we can't answer every question. So in this program you will also be getting a lot more people from team who will be taking your queries, who will be helping you prep for any interview, prep for any assessment, and they will also be providing job opportunities. So just wanted to give you a little bit context for the people who are more interested, who are more curious about how things are working behind the scenes, how agentic AI is developing, how to get more around architect, how to build out AI agents, multi-agent systems, and everything. And till we were talking, if you can see my screen, architect has actually built out the entire application for me. For some of you, it might be still be building. For some of you, it might have done building few minutes ago. So let's just have a comment in chat for people at which phase you are currently still building, or in plan mode, or in build mode, or in app mode, in agents mode. What you can see, let me know. Waiting for deploy. Great. The course free structure also I can share you for the people who are more interested. So we have actually exclusive workshop discount for the people who have joined, and I think Ananya can also tell more about the fee structure and everything. But for the people who have joined this workshop, we exclusively have a 35% discount. I mean, Simplilearn exclusively have a 35% discount. So the course, the in-depth course, which you will be learning for over 10 weeks, around 2 months, which is a live real-time session where all your doubts will be cleared. You will be making demos, you will be having some real-world prototypes. The original cost is around 1,199,999, but specifically to this workshop, we are giving it at a discounted rate of 78K. And obviously, I think you should be researching a little bit around yourself, that okay, is this relevant for me, and how much help I can get from this course, because the topics they are covering is very relevant in today's market. So I think for people who want to actually learn how things are working, because prompting is one thing and getting the app built is one thing, but that process can be a lot more easier and faster if you know how behind the scenes everything is working, how agents are using LLMs, how tools are getting connected, what is RAG, what is MCP, what is workflow automation, what are vector databases, all those things, right? Should I deploy or wait? We can wait. Deploy is the last part, so I think you are ahead of us, Prabhu. Can show slide number 56 for once. Okay, 56 is this one. Yeah. Yeah, these are all the learning paths that they are covering in the program deep dive. Let's see where everyone is. How much is agentic AI and multi-agent system certificate in USD? So Ananya, you might be able to help there.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. I take 6 minutes. Great. My agent is available. Great. Since it is a live course, how do you accommodate students in US timing wise? I think we at the end we can also take all the questions related to the course and have a Q&A for everyone who is having any doubts related to the course. We can take up agents mode, build mode, still building. Okay. So well, I would say let's just wait till the app is building. I think we can also take a 10-minute break now, because I think we have been in session since more than 2 hours actually. So let's take a 10 minutes break, I would say, and let architect build the entire app, and then maybe we'll pick it up from there. So meanwhile, let the questions coming in on the chat. I'll be happy to answer the questions till we are waiting. If you guys wanna eat something, drink something, this is the time to do. Add deploy now. Great, man. After credit, just give us steps of plan and deploy. Yeah. So actually, I am again pasting the document link here where we have mentioned the prompt. So also don't think of it like a single use case prompt that you are trying to build. I mean, I would say I would actually prefer people if you can think of a personal pain point that you guys are facing in your real life. I think then you will feel the actual worth of the product and actual uh, high you will get. I would say if you are able to solve a problem which you are facing in your daily life. Error API key is required in the request. Sure, we'll just look at all the errors also, Arun. So also little bit to give you more context around errors. So if you have tried out platforms like Replit, Lovable, or even Claude, or even OpenAI or something, it will not always be 100% success. I mean, just to be very honest about the LLMs and AI, if you are getting errors and if you something is not working as per your expectation, that is bound to happen. Even if in this prompt it won't happen, in certain other prompt that error might come. So it's our job that okay, we first of all have to give the proper context to architect about what it is trying to build, and not even architect to even Claude or to even work with Chat GPT, because even if you work with Claude code, not always the proper expectation will be met which you will be having when you started working with the app, right? But for architect, what we have done is, let's say if you are facing any error or if you are facing any issues with the app or something, you can actually take a screenshot of that error, take a screenshot of the problem that you are facing. So let's say while using this proper particular app, I see error in the UI, or I see some kind of thing which is not working. I can actually take a screenshot of this app. I can actually paste that screenshot in Architect. Let me just show it to you. Let's say while using this app, so my app is already built and working, but for some people who might be facing some issues, I paste the screenshot there, and I ask Architect to that okay, fix the error that is coming up in the screenshot or the app. So I am specifically showing architect what error I am facing, and I'm specifically telling architect that okay, can you fix this up? So now it will be able to fix that error up. So by nature, LLMs are very non-deterministic. So something might break because behind the scenes it has to write a lot of code. It has to build out agents. It has to build out the app for you, right? And if it will do a single mistake, the entire app might break somewhere, or the entire agent might break somewhere. And don't worry, guys. I mean, we'll share the coupon code, we'll share the URL and everything. So people who are not trying it right now, they can certainly try it anytime they want. It's actually public. The architect.new is public. You can come to the architect.new anytime. We're sharing the coupon code. And most of it is actually the login issues. Most of it will go if you can also try it in incognito, because a lot of you guys might have opened Architecture Studio some time ago with some different email that might also be throwing you the error. Okay, we'll begin in 5-6 more minutes. Also, people who are here, if you can, share your experience while building. So We went from prompt to agents to app. And after the break, we are actually gonna cover the agents, how it will look, the prompt, the rules, the set of instructions that architect has created, the app that it has built. But let us know how you find it till now. I mean, any kind of feedback while building out. It's very tough. Uh, why? If you can, tell me, Sriram, like what difficulty did you face? Very easy. Okay. So you also have to understand that it is not Claude that we are talking with, and it is kind of giving a response. It is not like a chat agent or a chat bot that, okay, I want this answer, and I am prompting this, so give me this. There is a lot of things happening behind the scenes, right, which we would be covering in the next part. That architect has to understand the context, build out the AI agents. So AI agent building itself is a next level of complexity that we are solving here. Because even if you try to build out AI agent using LangChain and LangGraph, you will have to know a lot of technical things, technical stuff around LangChain, around AI agents, around LLM models. You would need to know how to code. Then only you will be able to make it work. But that entire process of building things manually, that we have kind of automated using architect just by giving it a prompt. And on top of it, on top of building the agent, we are also providing you the app layer, and that app is connected to the agent. So it is a lot of complex things happening behind the scenes. In the final result, you will only get to see the simple or the app UI, which you think is very looks easy and looks very easy to build out. But behind the scenes, you have to understand that the agents are working and the agents are getting created automatically. I'm 50 plus. Any career for me in this? Yes, I mean, I don't think age matters in today's world. Even if you are 60 or even if you are in 16-year-old kid, I think if you find it interesting, you can definitely figure something out. I can use this as a tool to learn how it is doing the backend. Yeah, that's true, Matthew. Okay, we'll just wait 2 more minutes and then we'll begin the next phase where we will be seeing what architect has done. We'll be attaching some knowledge base, some tools to the app that architect has built out for me.
So Yash, maybe if I can
Yeah.
just add
Yeah.
just one thing, because I guess people have been saying, oh, it's hard and it's difficult and stuff. So couple of things. One is, see, all of you obviously want credits, this $20 credit that I think Suyash has given for all of you. You can use Architect for free also. When you're trying to build obviously a complex set of agents, you might run into, okay, the credits get exhausted, but most platforms, whether you're going to use Replit, Lovable, Claude, there's a free version and a paid version, right? So I think you have to always assume, I mean, some of these issues you'll run into, which is, I think, just part of life. I think that's one. Second is, it seems complicated because you are trying to learn like what is under the hood in terms of what does it need to drive a car, right? Like you've seen most places, it's like, hey, Lovable shows you the car as the external piece, but when you open the hood, it's empty, We are here essentially seeing each of the individual components come together, which most engineers, agentic engineers, or forward deployed engineers spending time day to day trying to figure that out. So it can feel overwhelming because it's 45 minutes. You spend a couple of weeks on this. This is pretty straightforward. So most people that have joined us have been, they come into a project, they maybe join the rapid prototyping team, they build out some prototypes, they get good at understanding the nuance, and then they go on to build complex solutions. So I think what you should take away from this is, oh, what are the agents under the hood? How do I connect with like a Gmail? How do I connect with like a knowledge base? And then from there, to what Suyash was saying, like pick a use case that's close to your heart, right? Something that you resonate with, and then from there, kind of move and build something out. You'll go deeper, and you'll not want to give up soon.
Yeah. Okay. I think let's also see what architect has built out. I hope everyone is back. Okay, so what we have done till now, let me just give you an overview. First, in like 2-3 minutes, we had a prompt with us, we had a problem with us, which we are trying to solve. We converted the problem into a prompt, a very structured prompt that, okay, I need this problem to be solved. This is how the UI UX would look like. This is how the agents would look like. This is the input. This is the output. This is how the flow would look like. We gave that prompt to architect in the homepage. After that, architect asked me few questions. If you scroll up the chat, you will also be able to see all the things that we have done till now. It asked me few questions. I answered. I gave it more context around what I'm trying to build, and then it actually created a PRD for me, a product requirement documentation, where it is itself thinking and defining that how the agent architecture would look like, what agents it would need to create, what agents will have which model, and what the temperature would be, what the top P would be,
So yeah,
all the parameters of the agent. Yeah.
you need to share your screen, I think. Just double check.
Okay, let me just share it again. I hope it is visible now.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Great. Yeah. So here we are in the plan. So we give the prompt, we answer the questions, we get the plan. And in the plan, we saw what agents architect is going to create, what model and what parameters of the agents would be more relevant in this kind of use case. We got the user flow, we got the UI UX specification, we got the app mockup. We kind of change the app mockup ourselves to modify it as per our need. We click on build agents after we got the app mockup. Now is what the real magic that happened behind the scenes, which looked very simple. Let me just go more in depth around it. So here you see a flow of agents, right? And it might vary for other users because, again, as I mentioned, LLMs are non-deterministic. The end output will be same, but the journey might be different. So you most probably will have these three agents, 99% of you. So one agent, if you click on this single agent, you will see all the details of that agent. And this is something which architect automatically has decided and created. And this is very similar. I mean, the UI is just different to what Ani was showing in Lyzr Studio. So how Lyzr Studio and architect are connected, let me also give you a brief idea around that. Lyzr Studio is basically the base upon which architect is built out, right? All the agents that architect is created, it is actually created inside Lyzr Studio only. And you can actually redirect to, let's say if you click on this open in Lyzr Studio button, you can see the same agent in the same Lyzr Studio platform which Ani was showing. And the same agent role, agent goal, agent instructions will be represented here. All the parameters, all the top P, all the memory, or the model which it is choosing, it will be shown here. And the same thing in architect itself we are showing so that you don't have to juggle between two platforms. And if you carefully read the description agent role, so let's take any one agent. I think we can take the research agent or the outreach agent itself. If you see the description that, okay, grounded is strictly on the per session seller knowledge base plus provided company research and a data selected persona, drafts a personalized subject plus body, and 2 3 alternative hooks as strict JSON. This is a short description of what agent is doing. What role this agent would be following is something like expert B2B cold outreach copywriter who writes concise, personalized emails grounded strictly in a seller's knowledge base. If you read the agent goal, it would be more in detail that okay, I want this goal to be fulfilled by this agent. That okay, draft a personalized cold outreach email and 2 3 alternative one-line hooks for the selected prospect, grounding all sellers' claim strictly in per session knowledge base and all prospects' company facts strictly in the product research. And this is the most important part of the agent, where you are actually telling the agent what instructions to follow, how to work, what will be the input given to you, what steps you need to follow. So obviously, role goal matters, but agent instructions are the most important thing which agent would be having in context to make any flow or to perform any work. So this will be very detailed that okay, you are a outreach agent and these are the inputs that you will be receiving. These are the steps that we'll be following. And we can actually open in Lyzr Studio and expand this agent instructions from here so that it is better visible. So this is the agent and this is the task that it is performing based upon these instructions, right? Inputs you receive is the target company, is the user context, steps that it needs to follow is that okay, first of all, resolve, disambiguate the company. Second is gather an overview from the web. Third is find recent signals from roughly the last 12 months usable as outreach triggers, funding, key hires, product launches, market geo expansion. So it will also take into consideration of all the signals that are going around in the market. And it will figure out that, okay, this is the best time to reach out to this particular person. Infer 3 to 5 business pain points tied to the company, stage, industry, and signals you found. Each pain point has one liner rational. Stay grounded. These are the output rules that okay, how you should provide the output. So all this kind of is the important parameter, the agent instruction, which we are given to the agent to tell how it should perform, right? And obviously, we have selected Perplexity Sonar Pro model, which is the best model for this kind of research purpose. But if you open, let's say, a prospect agent, right? So this will be using Anthropic Claude Sonnet, right? So depending upon the use case, architect itself will decide which model to choose, which parameters to set and how to set it, what agent role should be there, what agent goal should be there, what agent instruction should be there. If you have to manually create this agent, right, without architect, you have to come to studio, you have to manually decide, you have to first research that okay, how should I give the agent instruction, how should I write the prompt for giving agent instructions, which model should I choose, which parameter should I enable, disable, should I enable memory or not, should I attach any tool or not. So all these things are taken care automatically by architect right now. And this is the agent which you can also use from an external service. So this is the agent API, which I think Ani was showing in the previous session. And this agent JSON, this agent inference API, let's say if you're using some other software or some other internal tool or some other piece of software of your own, you can actually connect to this agent from an external service. So you don't necessarily need to use this in Lyzr Studio, or you don't necessarily need to use this in Architect. This agent can be used from anywhere. So that is also one of the core functionality which we provide in Lyzr Studio. If you think you want to use some other model of Perplexity, you can just come here. You can click on any other model. If you want to use Gemini or some other model, you can do that. If you want to control the temperature top P yourself, not rely on architect, you can do that. So you can manually customize the agents here. And also one other way is you tell architect to customize the agent for you. That is also possible. So let's say if you are feeling that the output that the app is giving you is not very deterministic or is not as per your as per what you want, you can actually tell architect that okay, I want the language to be more concise and I want it to follow these 3 to 4 steps, and it will change the agent accordingly. So every changes in the agent, in the app, in the UI, in the UX can be done just by having a chat with architect. If you don't exactly know what you want to change and what change will have what impact on the app or on the agent, right? So this is the power behind of architect, which it is doing behind the scenes in the front end, it would look like three nodes, right, flowing around. But these are three specific agents which we have created for a specific task that we are trying to perform. And we will actually make it a little bit more complex when we give the second prompt of, connecting the tool or connecting the Gmail tool for me. So first of all, let's start with basics and then we'll move on to the more complex version also. So I think the agents part we have taken care till now. If you guys have any doubts in the agents part, in the yeah, what is temperature? So temperature basically is a parameter. You can think of it like this: temperature has value between 0 and 1, right? And if you want the output to be a lot more deterministic, to be a lot more grounded on the instructions that you have provided, you can set the temperature as 0. Whatever you have asked, the LLM will only provide you that particular output. But when you increase the temperature towards 1, you are increasing the creativity of the agent. The agent can basically have a lot of variety in the response that it is providing. So you will never know what kind of response the agent is going to provide, because it can think in a lot more creative ways when the temperature is very high. So that is what the temperature does in a very simple terms, if I have to explain. Is there an ability to test different LLMs side by side to see which performs best cost, speed, and quality? I mean, one way to do that is use our agent simulation engine, which I'll be showing you in a few minutes. That is also where we can test out multiple LLMs. And you can actually quickly, if you want, you can change the model from here. And what you can do is we have a chat screen, right? So you can actually have a chat directly with the agent in Lyzr Studio and ask it certain questions, ask it to do certain tasks, and you can in the real time see what the agent is performing behind the scenes, and you can actually feel the difference between different models. Let's see few more questions if there are there. While building agents in VS Code, we get agent skill instructions file generated. Is this the same happening here, or is there any difference? Not exactly the same. The difference is how you define the agents and how you have the framework behind the agents, right? So Lyzr actually has its own framework of building out agents and building out the multi-agentic orchestration and everything. And that will decide upon the use case that you are trying to build, that okay, how to build out multi-agent orchestration, how to build out a single agent. But the agent itself, yes, obviously there are like 4 to 5 parameters that defines an agent, like you mentioned, the prompt, the agent instruction, the role, goal. But different platforms, let's say CrewUI is defining the agents in a different way. We have our own Git agent, which we are defining the agent in a different way. So but the core of the agent will always remain the same. That it will has to have certain skills, it will has to have certain prompt, instructions, role, goal, model, and LM should be working behind the scenes. It can connect to a knowledge base, you can attach a tool to it. Can we use Anaton? So Anaton is a completely different platform, Sagar, from Lyzr, but we have a functionality called a Superflow, which is even better than Anaton, I would say. And you can perform a lot more things in Superflow, which you can't do in Anaton. And Superflow is actually a part of Lyzr Studio. So you can actually go to Lyzr Studio, explore Superflow anytime you want to. Superflow is basically a way of achieving a very deterministic output, where you can actually define the nodes of the agent that you are trying to build. You can actually define the LLM. You can create a workflow of agents which you want to do. So maybe I can actually show a few examples of Superflow at the end if we have time. But this is how the screen would look like. It has a lot more capability than Anaton. You have a human in the loop. You can wait for approval. So yeah, this is also one of the feature that we have in Lyzr Studio. Is it free to build agents on Lyzr Architect, or does it cost? So as soon as you sign up, as you mentioned, you will be having $20 worth of credits. Then when you use any agent or when you build something, those credits are getting consumed. Once those credits are exhausted, then you will be then you will be actually need to do a top up and then get the credits back. So we have plans defined in Architect and Lyzr Studio, but obviously the first build, the $20 will be able to cover the first build along with using the agents on Architect and Studio both. Okay, so let me know, guys, if you are able to build out the app and build out the agents, if you can see the app that is built. Some people have already deployed. I saw in the chat. So maybe deployment also. I'll just tell you how to do it after a few minutes. Yeah, there are a lot of samples also given in the Superflow. If you check out Prabhu, you can try that examples, or you can try building out something for yourself also, if you have any deterministic workflow in your mind. Okay, so whenever, let's say you have an app built out inside Architect, right? So this is the final app that we'll be building, but this is what we were building now. So, okay, whenever you have built out an app, there are like few other options which you can also explore with the app that you have built. We can actually click on this preview button if you need to open the entire app in a full screen mode, so that you can see how it would actually look like in the full screen. And here you can actually use the app in a much more better way. We have an option to deploy, which I'll be talking about in few minutes. We also have an option to connect your GitHub. So what if I want all the code of Architect with me locally or residing inside my GitHub account? So I can actually connect my GitHub account. I can take the entire code which Architect has written, and I can actually work on top of that code locally. Let's say if you're using Claude Code or Codex or some other thing to work upon, you can basically build on top of what Architect has built. And you can push back the code to GitHub. You can sync it with Architect. So that is also some functionalities which we give to developers, or if you have some technical member in your team who you can work with. This is also something which we provide. Now, deployment is one thing. It's the final step in building app. So let's say if you have built this app, if you have done all your changes in the app, if you think your app is final, at the end you can actually deploy the app. Or even if you deploy it now, it won't be an issue. You can redeploy the app. But the ideal way to is to deploy the entire app after you have done all your changes. Now let's actually see the preview, right? Once you click on this preview button, the full screen mode will open. And what it has built out for me. First of all, I have to upload a knowledge base about the company doc, right? It is saying to me that upload your company document. So again, I am sharing this link in the chat from where you can download the knowledge base document. So you don't have to create one. Once you click on this link, if you see in the left sidebar, there is a knowledge base section. If you click on this knowledge base section, you can just click on this download.docx button, and it will actually download the document for you, the knowledge base document. So for example, we are actually using Lyzr company knowledge base here. And if you open this document, you will actually see all the details that, okay, what Lyzr does, the product that we are selling, the value proposition, what is our ideal customer profile, something related to pricing, one-line positioning. So I have basically created a simple document of what Lyzr is, what Lyzr provides you, how it will help enterprises, what is our value proposition. And if you click on this docx, just save this file locally in your PC. So we'll be needing this to upload in the knowledge base. This is the file that you guys should be having. Let me know if you are able to download the file. Getting this error in preview, the sandbox wasn't found. So errors will be seeing Anji in few minutes. But the best way to solve errors is to click a screenshot of the error and paste the same error in the architect chat and ask it to fix it. That will solve most of the errors. Architect has the capability to solve any errors itself. Also, there is a refresh preview button here. So let's say if you are not able to see the preview, or if you face any issues while loading the preview, you can actually click on this refresh preview button and it will reload the preview for you. Or you can just directly click on this preview button to work in a much more comfortable way. But is everyone able to download the document? Because we'll be needing that document to upload and to test our app. Let me know in the chat, guys, if you are able to. I'll just share the steps again. I'll share the URL. So in this URL, if you click here, you will see a page like this, and in the page left side there will be a knowledge base section. You can click on this knowledge base, and you will see a small section like this where we are giving the Lyzr company KB document. You can click on download.docx. Once you click on download, a docx file will be generated and saved locally in your PC. Just save it for now. How and where should I upload? Yeah, we'll just go through it. Let everyone just save it. Yeah, we have not uploaded it till now. We are just saving it, and then I will be explaining you how to upload it. My architect is saying authentication in progress, but there is no output. So two ways to solve this. One way is that, okay, you click on that refresh preview button. If that is not working, you refresh the entire tab. If that is not working, you give the same prompt to architect chat. So whatever issues with architect that you are facing, as I mentioned, architect itself is able to solve the issue. So for me, no issues came, so I'm sorted. But in case you are facing any issues, you can actually paste the same issue or error here, which you are pasting in the chat, and ask architect to fix it and hit enter. That is the best way to solve any issues. Most of it will be preview related, that you can just kind of try to refresh the preview or refresh the entire Chrome tab. That will also work. Okay, I think, can you please repeat where I upload this DO6 file? Yes, we'll be telling you in few moments. Yeah, so for the people who already have the document with you, once you see the app, once you have the app open a preview in a bigger full screen, you just need to upload your document in this particular section where it should be mentioning something like knowledge base, your company. And if you can just click on the path where the file was saved, you can click on open, and this knowledge base will be ingested inside this app. So just follow this proper step to upload the knowledge base. Let me know if you're facing any issues. Yeah, sure. So pretty simple, just download and then upload the docx. Where is the preview? But preview button is the top right. Whenever you are building the app, in the top right, you will see a preview button. Here you can click to open the app in a full screen mode. That is not what I downloaded. You should be downloading this in the URL which you have opened, which I shared in the chat. There will be a knowledge base section. And this download.docx button, you should be clicking section 2, knowledge base. This is the document that we need to upload once the app is built out here. Okay, so when you have already uploaded the document, architect now can refer to this document while creating any content or while generating any outcome for you, right? So let's say we want to, we have a target company in mind which we need to pitch our product, or which we need to sell our product, or which we need to outreach, right? So we can actually paste any name of the company which is relevant for our product. So let's say Accenture is one of the company which is relevant for architect. So I'll just share the company name also in the chat. Sir, I don't have a doc in the KWL base on my laptop. So you will need to download the document that we have given in the URL, and then you need to have the document in the local laptop. Then only you will be able to upload that. I have downloaded right file, but in my app, your organization section have different doc uploaded already. It's fine. So for people who have already certain kind of document attached in the app, that will also work. So what architect does sometimes is it will also create dummy data for you. That okay, this is the app and this is how the UI would look like. So for some of the users, you will already be seeing some of the data being generated in the app itself. Let me give you an example. Okay, we don't have an example here because I didn't get the dummy data, but for some of you guys, you might also see some pre-filled text or pre-filled data already present. and that is also fine. That will also work. You will be having a toggle button somewhere on the top right to toggle on off that dummy data, which you can use to toggle off the dummy data. It will kind of remove the dummy data for you, and you can actually put your own content in it. Yeah, and once you have the target company filled in the company name, you can actually click on research company. And while you are clicking on research company, you can actually see what are the agents that is powering this app and what are the agent that is working currently. So the dot which is kind of glowing and dimming is the agent which is currently working, and the UI would look different for different users, so it will not always be same. For me it is coming like this. For this section might come in a left sidebar, so it will generate different way, but the end outcome we should be able to generate, we should be able to achieve, right? And I have just given it the name of the company, I have given it the knowledge base, and I have clicked on research this company, right? So what is happening behind the scenes? I mean, obviously I can see all the lot of content getting generated automatically, right? But how is this working? So let's go back to architect app. What is happening behind the scenes is whenever I am clicking on research company, an agent is getting triggered, right? If you go to agents tab, we have a research agent, right? Whenever I am clicking on research company, this research company will take Accenture as an input, will take the knowledge base as an input, and it will follow the instructions given to this research company that, okay, you are a research agent. The inputs you will receive is the target company Accenture, which we have given. The user context is the knowledge base that we have given, and then it will follow these steps, right? It will follow these steps and it will generate this output for me. Critical output rules is there, what steps it needs to do. So what we have done behind the scenes is we have used this agent. Let me also show you the agent in the Lyzr studio much more detailed way. These were the agent instructions which we went through a few minutes ago, right? And based upon the inputs, this agent has worked and generated an output, and that output I am able to see in my final application which I have built out, which is coming here. And you see this is like a proper structured output which I can see. The research summary for Accenture, right? I can see the overview that, okay, Accenture is a global leading professional service company. The recent signals, what is happening in June 2026, Accenture expanded its partnership with major cloud providers. Inferred pain points. What are the problems Accenture is currently facing? All this information I will need to generate my outreach, personalized outreach content. That's why the first step was always to figure out about the company. And the second step will always be to figure out the prospects inside the company. And the third step is to generate the outreach content. And the fourth step, which we are going to do sometime after, is sending automatic email to that particular prospect, right? So it has also researched about the pain points that particular Accenture company is facing. Talent retention and skilling is one of the problem. That it is maintaining a workforce of over 700K while ensuring proficiency in rapidly evolving technologies like Gen AI is a constant operational challenge for them. Scaling generative AI from pilot to production is a bigger pain point. And this pain point is also very relevant for Lyzr, right? Because that is what we do. We deploy your agents into production. We help you make production ready agents. They're also facing issues managing complexity in global cloud integrations. Also, they might be having n number of pain points, right? But since we have uploaded our knowledge base, it has context of what proposition Lyzr is proposing, what problems Lyzr is solving. So it has automatically kind of showing me the pain points which is more relevant for me, which I can help as a company as Lyzr for this particular Accenture in their helping them with the pain points, right? I can actually see some of the suggested prospects whom I can reach out to. There is a global lead AI and data practice. There is a head of digital transformation. There is a VP, a managing director of cybersecurity and managed services. So I can actually select any one of the prospects from here, or let's say if I have already have a prospect, I can actually put the name and the role of the particular person and search about that particular person also. Once you have selected a prospect that, okay, this is the more relevant profile for me which I should be targeting to, let's say I want to target a global lead in AI and data practice, right? I can actually generate personalized content for that particular person. I have the detailed information about the department he's working in. I have detailed information about the entire company, entire organization, what pain points they're facing, and what Lyzr is proposing. I have that in a document in the knowledge base that we have already given. So when I have all this information, I can generate a very detailed outreach content for me, right? And in case you encounter any issues in generating outreach content, because this is a good example of showing how to fix issues, right? So when I click on generating outreach content, there is some kind of a UI issue which is happening inside Architect, right? Something the agent is not able to do properly, which we need to figure out. So there are two ways. I can go to Lyzr Studio. I can try to manually figure out what is happening, what went wrong, why is it not able to work, or I can just take a screenshot of the error that I'm seeing. So I can take a screenshot of whatever error I'm seeing, and some of you might be getting an error, some of you might not be getting an error. Whoever is getting an error can take a screenshot, come to Architect, the Architect app that we were building, and just paste that error screenshot in the tab here. Or you can click on this plus button and add assets, and then attach the image file there. And what I would be doing is I would just be asking Architect that, okay, I am getting this error while generating outreach content. Can you fix this? Right. And this is the biggest feature of, trying to solve problems, whatever you are facing automatically without applying too much technical knowledge, or without even thinking about what I need to do, what I need to check. Obviously, all those functionalities are available in Lyzr Studio. You can check the traces where the agent is failing, what was the issue, you can solve it manually. But Architect gives you the capability to solve any agents related to the agent, any issues related to the agent, or any issues related to the UI. And it will also tell you what was the issue, what it is trying to solve, how it is trying to solve. So if you are curious enough, you can read the entire chat of how is it trying to fix the issue which you are facing, right? And after it has done solving the issue, we can try again the app. So let me know if you guys are able to generate the content, if you are able to generate the prospect details, if you are able to generate the uh, research of the company. Let me know at which phase you are currently in, so that I'll be able to help you in a much more better way. Edit agents is definitely a cool feature, yeah, that I have not seen anywhere. That's true. How do I remove the one I attached and add another? So Ranjan, there is one very simple way to do this. You ask Architect that, okay, I have a document with me. I want to attach that document in the UI, in the app. I don't want you to create a dummy data or a dummy document for me. So all the problems that you are facing while building, or that you are facing, or that you are trying to do, actually all the queries that you are writing here, that all the queries, if you write to Architect, it will actually do and solve the queries for you. That is the biggest feature, I would say, that everything is customizable, everything is changeable just by asking Architect to do it. If you are facing any dummy data and you don't want the dummy data, if a document is already attached and you want to remove that document, you just ask Architect to remove that document. If you don't like the UI, if you would like a much more complex UI, if you would like a sidebar there, you can ask Architect to do it. If you don't like the agents working behind the scenes, if you want to do some changes in the agents, you can ask Architect to do that. So everything is completely customizable and uh, completely iteratable just by giving it a prompt. No coding or no manually changing of agent instructions, role, goal, models you will need to do. So let me know if you are able to, get to reach to this phase where you are able to see the app, where you are able to generate some content out of the agent, or if you are able to if you are facing any issues, is Architect able to solve it for you once you have given it as a prompt? Yeah. So what happened right now, it is able to generate the outreach content also for me. So what basically happened, right? I faced an error in architect with the agent, that okay, the agent was throwing me some error. I didn't even check what the error was, and I didn't even go to the agent and think about what the error is and how the error was coming, what I need to do to solve it. I just take a screenshot of the error. I just went to architect. I asked architect in a very simple English that okay, I am getting this error while generating outreach content. Can you fix this, right? An architect actually fixed this error for me. And what was the error specifically, the technical error, if someone wants to understand that, also he can read the chat that okay, this was the issue, architect fixed it in this particular way. And for someone who just wants the issue to be fixed, you can directly come to your app and have a chat with the app again, or try using the app again and check if that is able to generate the content for you or not. And if you see, I have a drafted email ready for me for the global head of AI, chief AI officer of Accenture. So I have the subject with me, Accenture's GenAI expansion, a faster path to shipping industry specific agents. I also have the body with me, the body of the email. So it is also taking the context of what is happening around the news, right? So it is first uh, writing up a very personalized content that okay, congratulations on Accenture's June announcement, expanding your Gen AI practice into supply chain and manufacturing, building industry specific AI agents that at scale exactly where execution complexity compounds fast. That's precisely the problem Lyzr is built for. Lyzr is an agentic AI. It is pitching about Lyzr now. Lyzr is an agentic AI platform designed for enterprise and mid-market inter companies that are actively building agentic AI into their product. Given your team's push to certify 90% of the workforce in AI governance and ethics, I'd imagine having a reliable enterprise grade agent building foundation would take real pleasure of your delivery leads. Would it be worth 20 minutes call to explore whether Lyzr could accelerate what your practice is already building? Happy to work around your schedule, right? So where this content is coming from, first of all, it is a very nice personalized outreach email that I can send to someone like a global head of AI, right? In Accenture automatically. This content is coming from two three things, right? So first of all, we have given the agent all the information about how the how to give someone detailed overview of what Lyzr is doing. In the document we have written what is our value proposition, what problems we are trying to solve, and what are our products that will help you to solve this particular problem. Then one of the agent actually did research that what problems my target company is facing, what are their pain points. One agent actually figured out that okay, whom should I reach out to in this particular company, and based upon all these details that we already have, the company details, the prospect details, the knowledge base in which I have provided all the details about Lyzr, it actually generated a very nice personalized outreach email for me, right? And it is also giving me an alternative hooks, because in the prompt I just mentioned that can you give me three alternative hooks which I can choose from. So it has also given me three alternative hooks to kind of include in the mail body or change in the mail body. And it is not only limited to this. Let's say if you want to go one step ahead, if you want to add more functionalities to this app, that is also something which we can do just by prompting, which we are gonna see in few minutes. But let me know if you are able to generate the outreach content till now, if you are facing any issues. Sir, can we use cursor to fix the code index? Here we did not use it to generate the code index to fix the product development. Yes. So actually, if you are a developer, you can take the entire code of architect in GitHub. You can actually work on that particular code locally using cursor or using Cloud Code, and you can push back the entire code to architect back again. That is one of the feature that we have. So let us know, guys, if anyone is able to, kind of get to the end part where they are able to. I was able to resolve multiple errors and get email generated. Wow, great, great. Yeah. Whatever error you are facing, that everything is resolvable. So I would just say if you are in mid of any error, how easy or difficult to debug the code. So actually, you don't even need to debug the code if you are a normal user and you don't have any technical knowledge. You just need to tell architect the problem that you are facing and share more context around the problem. If you share a screenshot, it will be much better. If you just copy paste the error and paste it in the architect chat. So we actually fixed one problem ourselves, right? I didn't debug the code myself that what was the error. I just tell architect that, okay, I am facing this error, fix it for me. If you are a developer, you can actually take the entire code locally. You can try to debug it yourself or using Cloud Code or using Cursor, however you like. How to take the code and download it? Okay, so if you go back to your app, there are two ways. You can connect your GitHub from this small GitHub icon that you are seeing, and you can connect your GitHub account and take the code from there. You can clone the repository which architect is pushing into GitHub. Otherwise, a short way is to just click on this three dots and click on this download code button. It will give you the zip file of all the code that architect has created for the app, and you can work on it locally. Sir, I am a first year batch AI and data science student. Is very useful for me. Yes, Abhirag, actually, you can build out pretty, useful use cases related to whatever problems that you are facing around you using Architect or using Lyzr Studio. Email not generated. Email is the second part which we are gonna do now, which we are gonna try now. Actually, we can actually go to that. So what if I wanna take this one step further and I actually want to connect my Gmail to this particular app, and I want the email to be created as a draft in my Gmail, right? So that I can automatically send that mail to someone which I want to. So again, the same thing can be done just by giving architect a prompt. And for this, if you don't even need to try prompting it, what we have done is again the same document which I have been sharing multiple times. If you click on this document, you will have a build prompt and you will have a connect Gmail, right? The fourth section. In the connect Gmail, you will see a iteration prompt, which you can directly copy it from here. And it's nothing special. It's just a prompt saying, can you also add an agent that can connect to my Gmail and create a mail draft in my Gmail with the generated outreach content upon clicking save content as a draft. So in very simple, plain text, I'm telling it what I want, right? I will just copy this prompt and paste it in the chat so that you guys can copy directly from here. And once you have this prompt, you can directly come to architect, and in the bottom left chat box that you are seeing, you can paste this prompt and hit enter. An architect will start building the agent which can actually connect with Gmail, which can send the Gmail, which can automatically send the draft in your Gmail so that you can automatically send this email to anyone which you would like to. This is also, by the way, same kind of use case which you can build out in architect is like if you wanna reach out to multiple recruiters, like right. So you can give your resume to it in a knowledge base. You can actually give your CV. You can actually give your cover letter or ask architect to generate a cover letter based upon the resume. You can actually find out prospects or find out the companies that you want to apply with as per your interest, as per your domain, and then ask architect to create outreach content for them that will send out the CV and that will send out the resume to them automatically over mail to recruiters. So similar kind of use case which we have built now. This can be replicated along a lot of pain points that guys are facing in your day-to-day life. Yeah, so everyone who are here till now, just try pasting this particular prompt. I'll just paste this in the chat again and hit enter so that we can also attach a tool to the agent and can test the Gmail functionality also, how to connect a tool to a particular agent. Let me share the prompt here. Sir, if I built an agent, conversational agent, yes, actually, a lot of use cases need a conversational kind of UI also. So if I ask architect to, in the same app also, if I can ask that give me a chat interface where I can chat with the agent and I can ask it to perform certain action or do certain kind of research analysis, that is also something which it will be able to do. So a chat agent will be created. So right now we are creating an agent which can connect and generate the outreach draft and connect Gmail tool to the agent. Similarly, if you write a prompt that, okay, I need a chat interface, a chat agent, it can also do that. can I use in my own build website deployed in Vercel? Yes, that is also possible. So you will need to download the code from for that particular project that you have already built out and paste that file as a zip file in architect and then ask it to build on top of it. So you can do that also if you have already an existing project that you need to work upon. Yeah, so try pasting this prompt in architect and it should be able to do the work. It will take 4 to 5 minutes to create another agent which could connect Gmail for me. Try it out and let me just bring out my charger in a second till this is building out because my battery is about to die. Okay, I'm back. So it's still building. Let's see if there are any questions till then. Yeah, Ranjan, don't worry for the credits. I mean, we'll be sharing the coupon code with you guys, so you will be able to get it. Meanwhile, I would just recommend try opening Architect or try opening Lyzr Studio in an incognito mode because there might be some cache already in the browser which we need to clear. Credit usage duration 1 year or months. So it is unlimited actually, Sagar. Your credits will not expire once you have purchased it. Okay, it has actually generated the agent for me now. Yeah. If you scroll up, this is the prompt that we gave to create the tool, right? And if you scroll down at the end, you will see all the chats that architect is following to build out the agent that, okay, it has created a Gmail draft agent. It is now testing the Gmail draft agent. And here are all the tasks has been completed correctly. Everything is wired correctly. And it's telling you that, okay, what I have built, a Gmail draft agent, a new Lyzr agent connected to your Gmail via the Gmail integration. So let me know if you guys are able to do this. Okay, great. If I refresh the page, then the test data, the company detail disappear. Yes. So Subra, we in the beginning, if you remember, let me show you. In the beginning, there was few questions, right? Whether you want to attach a database to it or not. So we selected no for this particular use case because we were trying a one-shot kind of iteration. We are trying to generate the content in a shot. But if you need to save the data, in the starting was a question: will this app need to save and manage data across sessions, right? If you have selected yes, it would have created a database automatically for you. And if you have a database, you can persist all the data, so it won't get refreshed or it won't get removed in every refresh that you are doing. Okay, I think we are around time also. So the guys who are able to connect to the Gmail tool, let me know. And once you have connected the Gmail tool, you can try the app again, upload the knowledge base. And if you have already connected a database, then you won't need to fill these details and again. But we are doing it in a one shot way. So let's just do this. Yeah, the research is generated. It will generate the prospects. And then we'll just see the last step of connecting the tool. Yes. If you can select a prospect, you can generate the outreach. It will generate the outreach email. And for people who have been following along, one small step that you need to do to connect your email is to basically authenticate the tool, right? If you guys are seeing this screen, and if you guys can see a pop-up like pending integrations, pending tool integrations, you can actually click on connect now, and you can click on this connect button. If you click on this connect button, you will get a authentication system like this, authentication page like this, where you can just select your email ID which you want the agent to connect to, your Gmail. And once you have given it access to connect it to your Gmail, the agent will automatically get connected to Gmail, and you will see a all done kind of a green signal here. So let me know if you have tried out this prompt and if you have connected the Gmail tool. It's pretty simple. There is also in the agent section, you will see 4 agents now instead of 3 agents. The first is research agent, prospect agent, outreach agent, and the fourth is Gmail draft agent. If you click on this small icon, you can also again get the Gmail authentication pop-up where you can connect the tool. You will just need to authenticate your Gmail account for it. How to test Gmail? Yes, we'll be testing it, sir. This Lyzr Studio has a lot more features compared with Emergent. Yeah, Emergent has a very basic feature list, I would say. Lyzr Studio and Architect will be having a lot more kind of feature list with us, and we are always more enterprise ready. Okay, I think people are trying out the Gmail tool. So once you have connected the Gmail to the agent and once you have given the authentication, you can actually click on this agent, open it in Lyzr Studio. You will see that the Gmail tool has connected here in a detailed way that what actions this agent can take. So this agent can actually create email draft. This is the action which I can see in the tool configuration, right? So which means that this agent can also create a draft of email in my particular email, right? Which I have connected it to in my particular Google account. And to test this, I have to go to the app which I have built out. So if you can click on the app preview, you will also get the option to send or to generate the email in my Gmail account. So I just need to follow the steps of attaching the knowledge base, giving it the target company, researching, and in the last step, which was not before, we will just get one more additional step of connecting the tool or connecting the Gmail, which you have already done. And after that step, you will be seeing a nice input box in the UI where you will be able to see a button to send or to create draft email for me. So let me just show you that. And till this is loading, I can actually, okay, it is loaded now. Let me just click on any one of the prospect and click on generate outreach. It is drafting the outreach email, and meanwhile it is drafting, I can actually show you how it would look like. So the same flow which we have done till now, whatever app that we have built, in just the knowledge base, do a company research, And then here at the end, you will see recipient email optional. If you want to send this to a particular recipient, or if you want architect to kind of automatically fill this recipient field for you. Let's say for now, I want to see this email in my account only. I can actually click on this recipient email as my email ID, my personal email ID, which you guys are using. And then I can click on save content as draft. So why I'm saving it as draft and not automatically sending is because I also want a human in the loop, which I have mentioned architect that, okay, I first need to review the email myself and then only send it. So it will generate the email as a draft for me, which I can review and then send manually. I can also kind of do this entire flow automatically if I have the confidence of what architect has generated for me. And I'll just click on saving draft to email. So let me know if you guys are able to follow the process still here. So replying to, is it a desktop or web app? Correct. It will be a web application. Yeah, Mahi Paliwal, can you just repeat your question? Sir, just repeat to connect Gmail and show me again. Yeah. We can go to the steps very quickly once more. So whatever agents that you have built, if you click on the agent section, you will see one specific Gmail agent, Gmail draft agent attached to it now, right? If you click on this Gmail icon, if you click on this Gmail icon, you will see a pop-up like this. And we have already connected. That's why I'm seeing this connect button. You will get a connect button here. Once you click on that connect button, and if you log in with your Google account, you will be able to connect to the Gmail. So go to the agents, check for this Gmail icon, and then connect it from there. That is the flow. So Gmail not showing. If the Gmail icon is not showing, you can actually ask architect, I want to connect to my Gmail. Can you please connect my Gmail to it? It will attach that Gmail icon to that agent. Or you can actually use this particular prompt which we shared earlier again, so that it would be able to create that. Let me just share the prompt again with you guys. If you have given this prompt to architect, then only it will work, which we just, used. Can you also add an agent that can connect to my Gmail? So you need to specifically tell architect what you want to do. And whatever errors, whatever problems that you are getting, again, we can just ask architect. You can tell architect that Gmail is not showing. I want to connect my Gmail. It will automatically attach the tool to the agent for you. From download the file, I will mistakenly click on outreach. That's why the option of uploading a file is disappear. Okay. Yeah, so whatever app that you guys have built, if you are able to get the content, if you are able to uh, generate the outreach content or whatever you are able to do, after this, just again, I'm reiterating, try to enter this prompt, which I just pasted in the chat. It will attach a Gmail to your particular agent. And then once the Gmail is attached, you just need to click on the agent tab and you will see additional agent added, which will be named something like Gmail draft agent. You can click on that Gmail icon and then click on the connect button. Let me know if you are able to do this. So this is like one more app, similar kind of app. So the same flow would be there, whatever app that you are trying to build. The app might look different, but the process will always be the same. Once the outreach content is generated, you can add a recipient. For demo purpose, I don't want to send this email to anyone. I am sending it to myself only. So I am writing my recipient as my email ID itself. And then I am clicking on this save content as draft button. You might be getting some other kind of text in the button. So the text might vary, but the flow would always be the same. Once you click on save content as draft, whatever email that architect has created, it will kind of save the same email draft in my particular Gmail, which I've connected. So let me also show you how it would look like in Gmail. So once let it save first, and then we'll see. Once you click on save content as draft, and if you see that draft save to mail, the mail or the email outreach content that architect has generated will also reflect in the Gmail once you log in with the same account. In the draft section, if you refresh, you will see, so this was from the first app which we built, and this is from the second app which we just tried out. So these mails should automatically be saved as draft in your Gmail draft section. If you click on this particular mail, you will see the same body, the same content, and I can just verify this mail myself, modify something if I need to. I can actually modify it from the architect itself. And then once I'm sure that, okay, this mail looks fine to me, I can actually send this mail. And I purposely added this human in the loop section because I want to make sure the mail which I'm sending is correct. I can actually automate the entire flow myself using Architect, that, okay, send this mail automatically even without my permission, or it won't require a human in the loop in the process, right? So it can also do that. The only difference at that part will be, so right now, if you click on the Gmail outreach agent, it has the capability to send the draft of the email, right? To create a draft of the email. If you go down and if you see the Gmail create email draft action, it can perform. We can actually edit this action and give this action to send mails. And once I have given this the capability to automatically send mails, it can also do that. And that also I don't need to come to Studio and kind of manually attach a agent action or manually attach any different tool. I can just come to Architect and ask it, I don't want a draft of the agent, you to send the mail automatically. So this capability or whatever capability that you want to add in Architect, or you want to add in the agent, or you want to add in the app, everything is just possible just by asking Architect. If you're facing any issues, if you're facing any functionality UI problem, if you are ready to add more functionalities, more features, everything can be doable just by prompting Architect to do it. So we are a little short of time, so I'll just let me know if you guys are able to do this, if you're able to reach here. So I know it's a lot in a brief session like this, where we have done multiple things. We have created the agents. We have built out the UI. First of all, we have built out the PRD. We have connected a tool. We have sent email to the prospects. We have created we have the mail in the draft section. So a lot of things have been going on behind the scenes, which is making it to work. For some reason, my Gmail account is not connecting, even though I have received a notice from Gmail to access any recommendations to solve. Gmail access, if you are not able to solve, I would say one way is to kind of, first of all, disconnect any tool. So ask Architect that, okay, can you disconnect and reattach the Gmail tool in my agent? So I will also write down the prompt for you. Can you disconnect the Gmail tool and attach to the agent again? Yeah, can you disconnect the Gmail tool? If you can give this prompt, Architect will disconnect the tool for you and then reconnect it. And then once again, you can try to authenticate with the Gmail. Draft not showing. So again, Shri, whatever error that you are saying or seeing, or whatever problems that you are facing, just give this same error to Architect. And 99% of the cases, it will be able to solve it for you. Because we saw, right, we got a one very good use case where we were facing some error and I asked Architect to fix it for me and it was able to do it. So every time 100% of the things will not work in the first iteration, because behind the scenes, as I mentioned again and again, that an LLM is working. But always, if you tell LLM specifically that this is the problem that I'm trying to face and how you can help me fix it, and also just instruct it to fix it, give it more context around the problem, give it a screenshot of the error, and it should be able to do it itself. Sir, I can't upload doc, else everything done. Wow, else everything is done. That is also a good thing. I can't upload doc. I would say just prompt Architect that I am not able to upload the document. Can you fix that for me? Can you help me with that? And it should be able to do it. Again, in Gmail, for the people, for the users for which Gmail connection is not showing, so I am sharing the prompt again, which will help you connect the Gmail tool in the agent. So you can just paste this prompt in Architect. My website is make in Anthropic. What do you mean by this, Shri? So we are using a Claude model, I mean, behind the scenes to generate the content. But Yes. So there are multiple agents actually working. One was we are using Solar Perplexity for research, doing the research. We were using Claude to generate the content for you. But the entire app is built inside Lyzr itself, the architect which we have just been using. And also, whenever, let's say, you are done with the app, right? You are done with doing all the iterations, you are done with connecting the tools and everything. What ideally you should do is now you should be able to deploy your app. What the deploy button will do is it will give you a deployed URL which you can share with anyone, which you can show to everyone that okay, this is what I've built it in a few hours or few uh, minutes, right? So I have I am pretty much satisfied with what I have built. I can just click on deploy, and even if let's say you are not able to reach till the Gmail functionality, I would say still you should be able to you should deploy your app, because whatever functionalities that you have already built, the three agents, the creating the outreach content, the doing the research for the companies, right? That is also a good section which you can show it to the world, right? And you can click on this deploy button if you want to push this particular app to a marketplace. So Architect also has its own marketplace where you can showcase what you have built and whatever you are working on. So you can enable this toggle. Otherwise, if you want, you can also disable this. So if you are publishing this to marketplace, I'll also show you how it will look like. So in the home page, we saw in the beginning there was a marketplace section, right? In this marketplace, your app will also be featured once you have built it out and you have enabled that toggle and you have deployed it. So these are all the built apps by users, which anyone can come and see that what people are trying to build and use it. But in case if you want to publish, you can just have to add a line or two for the description of the app. You can generate the content using an AI also, and just click on deploy and publish to marketplace. For those who don't want to publish it to marketplace, you can keep this toggle off and then deploy. For those who actually want to use their custom domain, you can actually add your own custom domain to your particular app, because right now when I deployed this, I'll get a URL like this, which is a architect.space URL. But let's say if you want some abcd.com or some .com or some .in domain, you can actually purchase that and then use that particular domain to showcase your app. So whatever you have built, I mean, whatever part till now you are able to achieve, I would say you should deploy your app first. You can also keep on building after deployment. So let's say if you're not able to connect Gmail to now, you can deploy your app. You can then again click on rebuilding. You can try attaching the Gmail tool. You can add more iterations. You can add more features. And then once you are done, you can just click on redeploy once you have added new changes on your app. And till now, if you are able to deploy, you will get this deployed URL. Once you click on this deployed URL, it will take few seconds to load in the first click only. After that, this URL will be available where your app will be completely hosted, and you can share this URL with anyone. Anyone should be able to access your app. So let it load. Meanwhile, let's just see if anyone is able to deploy the URL, if anyone is facing any issues. Sir, whether we can make any agent to take data from WhatsApp messages? Yes. So all the tools that you want to connect to the agent, right? You can actually go to Lyzr Studio and there is a section of custom tools. If you click on custom tools, you can add any of the external tool that you want to connect the agent to. So let me also show you. If you click on connections in Lyzr Studio and tools, there are by default a lot of tools that we already provide you, right? If you can see Notion, Gmail, Brave Search, Teams, Slack, YouTube. If your tool, Instagram, if your tool is not listed here, you can actually request a tool, or you can actually use a custom tool section. And you just need to have your WhatsApp APIs and everything ready to use here so that you can authenticate with your WhatsApp and then use that tool. So that is also part of the functionality in Lyzr Studio. Okay, so just yeah, thanks, Abhiraj. Just give me a thumbs up of guys who are able to at least deploy your app. Even if you have built out certain part of the app, we have covered a lot of it in the short time that we had. But if you are able to deploy your app, if you are able to, at least generate the outreach content, oh, I see a lot of thumbs up, great. So that is deployment is taking its sweet time. Yeah, during the first time it will take its sweet time, but after it is deployed once, so if you can refresh or if you can see my screen, this URL is now deployed, right? I can actually copy this URL and share with anyone the deployed URL. Let's open it in incognito, then it won't take any time. It will load instantly. So this deployment time will take its sweet time only during the first iteration. Great. And yeah, so this is the app URL. This is not a deployed URL, by the way, Shri, which you have shared. The URL which you see here is the app URL to open the Architect app. Deployed URL, you have to click on this deploy button, and this URL will be the deployed URL. You can copy it from here. So yeah, I would recommend everyone to deploy your app so that you can actually at least share whatever you have built with anyone. Uh, if you were able to build this use case manually using any other uh, framework like LangChain, LangGraph, it would actually take you at least few hours just to create a single agent. And that part we are able to achieve in a matter of 2 hours, I would say, to create 4 agents. And one agent was taking a knowledge base, one agent was connecting your Gmail, one agent was generating the content, one agent was doing the outreach. And at the end, you don't even need to take care of the UI part, right? So everything is doable in this particular short amount of time. If you are able to build this same app using any other manual way of coding or using any other framework, it would take a lot of time for you guys. Okay, I think if everyone has deployed their apps, or even if you're not able to achieve any certain section of the program that we have tried here. So let's say if you are facing any issues in connecting tool, generating outreach content, try it out after the seminar also, I would say, and make it work. Most of the errors that you are facing, Architect will be able to fix itself. And for people who have already deployed it, for people who have already built out the app, you can actually deploy it. And for the people who have deployed, I would recommend you to share your deployed URL in LinkedIn or in Twitter, tag hashtag Lyzr, tag hashtag Simplilearn. And we actually have a very good reward system of all the top people who will be getting a heavy engagement on their post. So we'll choose top 3 to 5 guys who have done LinkedIn posts and who have posted this on LinkedIn with the deployed URL. If you can share a screen recording of how your app is working, that is also very great. Tell people about what you have built in this short period of time. And we'll also be rewarding the top 3 to 5 people from our side who will get the most engagement on their app. Just make sure to tag hashtag Lyzr and hashtag Simplilearn in that post. Yeah, I think, and if you want to share details regarding the program, because I think most of the users were also having a little bit queries around there, so we can take it up.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, Suyash. I think, firstly, a huge round of applause for you. You walked us you walked all of us through, a huge build process, from like a blank screen to a working deployed AI agent live, in just a couple of hours. And I think that's not a small thing to pull off, in a room this size. So thank you, Suyash, genuinely. And yes, I'm seeing a lot of people who have built their agents here, a lot of thumbs up and claps coming our way. So thank you so much. It's very incredible to see. And that feeling right now, watching something you built, actually respond and actually work. I think everyone, each and every one of you here who got that feeling should really cherish it. And that's exactly what this workshop was supposed to give you. However, our program is built to give you that same feeling 10 times over across, the 10 weeks that the program spans for. And more than once a week, you build something like this or work on some practical projects in addition to learning a lot of concepts. So, if what you felt just now is something that you want more of, then this is the program for you. the professional certificate program in agentic AI and multi-agent systems. And as mentioned before, it is brought to you in partnership with IIT partners, Wishlist and High Hub Foundation. And the one guarantee we want to give you straight away is that you will graduate from this program with workplace ready skills, and we will look into exactly what these skills are shortly. I know Suyash has taken through a lot of the details so far, and I won't take like too much of the time. I'll just briefly cover what the highlights of the program are, and if you're interested, we can discuss further on the enrollment process. Okay, so here's one thing that is very truly special about the program. Its duration. Firstly, it's 10 weeks and that's it. And I say that because most programs, promising to teach you all of this, proper multi-agent systems, RAG, MCP, real production-ready skills, usually ask for 6 months, sometimes even a full year of your life. 10 weeks is just over 2 months, and that's a smaller time investment than most people put into like a single semester of anything, right? And it's not a watered down 10 weeks either. It's live, instructor led, cohort based learning. You're in it with people from completely different backgrounds, interacting with peers, mentors in real time through a dedicated Slack group. There are classes on the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and evenings. So if you work around, the whole schedule works around your job and everything else going on in your life. And if even if you miss a class, there are recordings available, so that you never actually fall behind your cohort. And just because it's less time definitely doesn't mean like less value. In that same window, you're hands on with 25 plus tools, and tools that are actually used in the industry right now. You'll be working through 40 plus demos in real projects, and there will be a capstone project as well. And you walk out with 15 plus skills that are genuinely in demand in the market right now. So really sit with that trade. Everything you would expect from a much longer program is compressed into just 10 weeks, and it's backed by Microsoft as the industry partner, and that's a serious return, for a small time commitment, right? And here's the list of skills and tools this program covers. There are 15 plus skills and 25 plus tools all up on your screen. Instead of going through each of this, I just want to say, like, open any job portal right now and search for roles like agentic AI engineer or AI product manager or Gen AI engineer at a tech company in India today. And you can try it now or try it later. I promise you at least 5 of these skills on the screen, something like multi-agent system or prompt engineering or RAG or MCP or workflow automation. They will be sitting right there in the requirement section, and not like in a nice to have way, but in the requirement. And here's the part, people don't expect. This isn't just for engineers and tech people anymore. Even marketers, business analysts, project managers, even these job descriptions are starting to list these same skills right now, right? Like agentic AI has stopped being a tech team thing. It's the same story on the tool side as well. LangChain and LangGraph, Crew AI, AutoGen, ChatGPT, GitHub, Lovable, Claude, and N18. All of these have become, a very essential skill and a very essential tool to have in your resume right now. So this slide really isn't just a list of things that you will learn from the program. It's closer to a checklist of what's already sitting in job descriptions today. And by the end of this program, you would have actually built this with you would have built with every single one of these tools, so you can confidently add them in your resume and your profile. And yes, with all the learning, the skills, the tools, the projects aside, here's something solid that you walk away with from the program: the certificate. You might not realize how important this actually is. So let me tell you, you probably, you would have seen a lot of online programs, and when you finish a course, what you get is some co-branded certificate, or sometimes not even properly from the university or the institution at all. And that's where this program really stands apart. This certificate comes solely from IIT Patna, and it's IIT Patna's name on it, and that carries a very different kind of weight, where a recruiter or a hiring manager looks at it. It says you went through a program that an institution like IIT is willing to put its own name behind fully. And alongside that, you also walk away with Microsoft Learn badges on the MS Learn portal. So you've got that industry recognized layer as well, sitting right next to your IIT credential. So when this program ends, you're holding something that actually helps you stand apart the moment someone sees your profile. And yes, here's a question we get all the time. Honestly, one of the most frequent ones. How do we make sure that the curriculum stays relevant, right? Because, let's be real. There's a new AI tool, there's a new AI platform, a model, a way of working that is coming out there every single week. So, what's very cutting edge today can feel outdated in just a month's time. So, that's exactly why we built AI Impact Studio. So every 15 days, we drop to brand new live sessions there. They are not recordings or not something pre-back months ago. They are live expert-led workshops, just like this one. We built two clear tracks here. If you are the builder type, the one who wants to get hands-on, ship things, automate workflows, then you have an AI Builder Studio. If you're more the decision maker, the strategist, the one turning AI into actual business outcomes, then we have the AI Business Impact Studio for you. So, whichever direction you are leaning into, there's always something fresh waiting for you. And the faculty teaching these sessions aren't just instructors or academicians. These are practitioners who've actually built and scaled AI inside companies like IBM, Amazon, Salesforce, and a lot more. And here's the best part: if you are an active enrolled learner of this program, this comes to you at no extra cost. It's already yours. And definitely, the program doesn't stop at just the technical layer. One of the things that separates Simplilearn from any other course platform is what happens after the learning. This program includes structure, career support, interview prep, and mock assessments tailored to AI roles, AI powered profile optimization for your resume and LinkedIn, and handpicked job opportunities curated to match your skills, as well as group mentoring sessions with industry experts. Because the credential that you earn from this program matters a lot, the portfolio matters a lot, but also what matters is the network that you build while you're earning all these things, right? The people who move faster than others in this AI field are not always the most technically advanced. They are the ones who can articulate what they've built, who they've built it for, and what it does, right? So this program is designed to make you that holistic person. And like Suyash mentioned, we have an exclusive workshop discount available. Let me just take a moment to share the link of the program so you can go through all the details of the course here. The program is normally priced at 1,19,999. You can go to the program page link, scroll down, and check the price for yourself. But because you showed up and built something great along with our experts, you get it at a 35% discount, and that brings it down to just 78,000 rupees. The discount is live for 48 hours from right now. So if this is something you're even a little serious about, tonight and tomorrow is the window for you. But we do understand that this might seem like a huge investment to make to some of you, which is why we have a no interest EMI option starting at just about like 5,000 rupees a month. So I'm going to give you four quick recapping points to tell you why this is going to be a game changer for your career and why it's totally worth it. One, the program is just 10 weeks. Two, the certificate is from IIT Patna's Vislation iHub, and is not co-branded, and that carries a real weight in the job market right now. Three, you get the AI Impact Studio new session every 15 days from people who have built, AI at companies like Amazon, IBM, and so on. And four, it's hands-on learning throughout, ending in a real, capstone project. And these projects and builds are going to make your resume extremely solid. So once again, do not miss this discount window and avail the 35% offer. The best investment you can make is on yourself and your knowledge. So we hope you take the right decision forward. You can also scan this QR code on the screen to know more about the program. You can download the syllabus, schedule a call with our expert, and see more testimonials from our learners, and then come to a decision to enroll. So please do check it out. With that, I'm going to launch a poll to take your interest in enrolling in the program. Please do note that this is not the poll for the certificate that is coming after this. This is a poll to take your interest in enrolling in the program that we just spoke about, all you have to do is click on yes or no. Even if you have any queries, you need more details, you can you are a little unsure and you want to talk to someone to figure things out, you can click on yes. Our expert advisor will be getting in touch with you as early as tomorrow to guide you on the way forward. In case if you are answering no, please do feel free to let us know in the chat why you're voting for no. We would love to hear more from you and what is holding you back. So please do feel free to let us know what's holding you back. Okay, so I'm going to have that poll live for a few more minutes right now. So Yash, I think you took a lot of questions during the session itself. So if there's anything else that you would like to, that you were not able to cover before and you would like to address, or if there's any final piece of advice that you would like to share with everybody, your closing thoughts, it would be great.
Yeah, I mean, whatever we tried out in this section, that was very deterministic flow, right? Because we wanted to explain you how the platform work and how the architect is making the agents, how you can use architect in a studio to build out the use case. But you will get a real feeling of the power of architect and platform if you try to solve certain kind of use case or problem that you are facing in your real life. So I would say better to do two things. First of all, as Ananya mentioned, the course itself will teach you about the basics of what the agents can do and how to build agents and everything, right? Once you have understand the basics, you can actually come to a platform like Architect or Studio or any other platform which you guys use and figure out a certain kind of problem, certain kind of repetitive task that you are trying to do in your day-to-day life and try to solve it using these kind of platforms. Then you'll get the kick around how you can use or build agentic applications and how you can make it a part of your life, and you'll be able to better, get the wow factor around using these platforms and agentic AI. Because some of you might relate with the use case that I was teaching you about, some of you might not. But if you build something which you really struggle with in your daily life, then I think it would be a very crazy moment for you. I think, yeah. And last, which I wanted to mention is don't forget to post whatever you have built on LinkedIn and in Twitter. Tag hashtag Lyzr and tag hashtag Simplilearn, so
Absolutely.
that we would also get to know what you guys have built out. Thanks.
Yes. Yes, Suresh, thank you so much. And I just want to address a couple of questions. There's someone asking if you need a coding background for this program. Absolutely, not required. There is a Python refresher module that is optionally available in the program. So if you don't have, any coding or programming knowledge, then you can take up that module to, sort of understand the foundations and the basics. Otherwise, it is not mandatory that you come from any tech background. There were a couple of people who had asked about the USD pricing. Please do just answer yes in the poll. You will be contacted by our expert advisor who will let you know the details, the specific price of the course according to the country that you are from. We will be able to help you out with all the details there. There's someone here who's already enrolled in the course, and he has shared, I think Subroy, he has shared that the course is very good, and the best part is that it is 100% live. So great. Amazing to see all of the interest that has come in. I think more than 200 of you have answered the poll, which is great. So I'm going to end the poll right now. And yes, like Suyash had mentioned, we would love to see, what you have built so far. This is honestly one of my favorite bits of the whole workshop as well. So if you didn't just sit and watch and you actually built and deployed a working AI agent, it's genuinely a big deal, and we are not letting you leave here without an opportunity to show that off. So first you can open the folder link in the chat. Let me just share that. Okay, so you can open this folder or you can scan the QR code. It will take you to a Google Drive folder where you can just upload a screenshot of the agent or like video, whatever you would like, however you would like to present the agent that you built. You can just record that and upload that in the folder. Just make sure that we have your name and email ID correctly, so that if we need to reach out to you, we would be able to do that. The best three submissions will get featured on Simplilearn's Instagram, where we have 200,000 plus followers. So if you built something great with Suyash today, make sure that your network knows about it. Make sure that everyone knows about it, and make sure that you get rewarded for it, because as Suyash mentioned, if you tag Lyzr and Simplilearn, the post with the highest engagement, actually, in fact, a couple of posts at least with the highest engagement wins Lyzr's swag kit, and some goodies from us as well. So yes, so I'm just gonna keep this slide on for a couple of more minutes, so that you can scan the QR code. Yes, the folder is empty right now. You would have to upload, whatever you built, James, in that folder. Just ensure that the name of the file is correct, has your email ID, so that we will be able to reach out to you. Right? Okay, great. With that, I will move on to the next and the final part of the workshop. We know many of you would be eager to know about the attendance certificate. I am launching another poll right now where you can enter your full name. In this poll, you will have to just give us your full name. Do not share your email IDs, or do not add any title to it like Mr., Miss, etc. All you have to do is just type your full name, the name that you want on the certificate, and click on submit. We will be able to generate the certificate and share with you on email within the next 48 working hours. And along with the certificate, you will also be receiving the deck that we presented throughout this session, and the GitHub link that was shared in the session, as well as the recording of the session. So you will be getting all this as you attended the workshop and you were part of the session with us. Okay, so I am going to have that live for just a minute more. And yes, so with that, we have come to the end of the session. Once again, thank you so much to every single one of you for being here for the last 4 hours, building along with us. I think it was a real commitment, and it says a lot about what you're going to build forward. So we hope that you would be able to apply the learnings from this session, as well as what you will get from the program to get ahead in your career. We hope to see a lot of you enrolled and starting the next cohort of the program very soon. So have a great day, everyone. Once again, thank you so much to Suyash and Anirudh and the whole team of Lyzr for helping us with this workshop. It was amazing, and we hope to do another session once again very soon. All right, so if anyone has any concerns or any questions that we were not able to address, please do write to us at webinars@simplilearn.net. In case if you're not able to access the poll, or your certificate does not arrive in your inbox by this weekend, just write to us at webinars@simplilearn.net, and we will be able to look into it and get back to you. So with that, we're wrapping up the session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.